marriage of the two ecosystems. The big format e-commerce has a role in our lives as long as they also subsume and marry the small retail stores across the country. Such a joint venture or a collaborative approach is what will be in the best interest of India.
So what kind of policies and regulations can be brought in to ensure structure and there's no predatory pricing? And no FDI violation?
Well, we already have policies in place. I think if everybody just sticks to the spirit and the law of the land, it doesn't need any other policy. It doesn't need any clarification. Everybody knows what the policy is. Everybody knows what they have to do. But if some smart Alex think of coming up with innovative corporate structures to misuse the flexibilities that we often give in the framework for ease of doing business, it's very unfortunate. I'm hoping that with my message to all of industry, they will all work within the parameters of Indian law and Indian policy. I would ideally not like government to get involved in a sector which is growing, which is doing well. I would ideally like self-regulation of the sector and everybody in the sector recognizing that my 10 crore small kirana stores, mom and pop stores, retail stores are important for India and they are a big source of employment, a big source of income for a large part of the middle class in India. And all that I've said is for making this whole e-commerce ecosystem more inclusive and more sensitive.
And on the last day of the Democrats' National Convention, Kamala Harris, she accepted her presidential nomination where she directly addressed the Israel's war in Gaza in her acceptance speech and pledged that she will continue to support Israel and advocate for the well-being of Palestinians as Democrats continue to face pressure from progressives over the Biden administration's staunch support for the Israeli government. Now, Kamala Harris, she accepted the Democratic nomination at the Democrats' National Convention. She called Donald Trump an unserious man, but the consequences, she also added that the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. In the meanwhile, Donald Trump, he hit back and said that Kamala Harris led United States into a failing nation.
Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists, the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. But America, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man. We are not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools. America, we are not going back. Now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done. And let me be clear, I will always stand up for Israel to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7. What has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, Opportunity is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed. Whether you live in a rural area, small town, or big city. And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners and entrepreneurs and American companies to create jobs, to grow our economy, and to lower the cost of everyday needs like healthcare and housing and groceries. As a part of his agenda, he and his allies would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress. And get this, he plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions. Simply put, they are out of their minds. And one must ask, why exactly is it that they don't trust women? Well, we trust women. We trust women.
All right, precautionary measures are being taken against the monkeypox virus. The BMC has reserved 14-bed ward in Andheri Hospital. Mumbai's civic body has reserved a 14-bed ward in Seven Hills Hospital in Andheri's Marol area for Mpox patients as a precautionary measure. In the release, the BMC said that screening of the passengers arriving from Africa as well as some other countries in which Mpox cases have been detected. It has begun at the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj International Airport, while a health information desk, it has also been set up there for the passengers. The BMC said it had carried out a joint coordination meeting with the airport health officer a day before.
Monkeypox is spreading far and wide across the world in many other countries. India not so much at risk, just a few cases reported in the country, no cases reported in Mumbai. However, the civic body in Mumbai not leaving any stone unturned in ensuring that all the precautions are taken. In fact, I am at Seven Hills Hospital where a 14-bed facility has been arranged to treat and isolate Mpox patients. So this is the facility, as you can see, beds being arranged to treat the Mpox patients right here. So there are 14 beds that have been arranged by the BMC in the super speciality Seven Hills Hospital in Andheri East. Now let me just go across to the doctors who are in charge of this facility here. Hello sir, my first question of course is how much of a risk are we at as far as Mpox is concerned, and take us through the facility here.
Actually, in India we don't have patients, but as per literature, the monkeypox patient require isolation because it's more contagious disease and will spread very fast. So on precautionary measures, already from authorities directions, we have kept 14 isolation beds ready here.
So you want to
about the facilities in the hospital here for the Mpox patients, and of course the risk factor involved is.
Yeah, according to the BMC guidelines, we have kept ready 14 beds for the isolation. If Mpox suspected patient comes in India, basically in Mumbai, as this hospital is nearby to the airport, the risk of transmission is obviously high. It is a highly contagious disease. as like COVID, how it has transmitted through the droplet infection. The same transmission is seen in monkeypox too. Other than this, there is the formation of pustules, which is the commonly found in monkeypox. So that lesion contains the fluid, and if that fluid gets contaminated with the patient's linen, clothes, or if we come in contact with that fluid, so that is the transmission factor. And other than this, if the patient is suspected, it is advisable that he should not have any kind of sexual contact, should not give the blood, or other things. Like it is basically transmitted through the droplets, through the fluids, and the contact with the that lesions which is formed over there.
So transmission rate high is the information that we are getting from the doctors here, which is why they have made sure that all the precautionary steps are being undertaken. So 14-bed facility as a precautionary measure at this point at Seven Hills Hospital. Of course, the BMC is also in touch with the airport authorities. There is screening of passengers, especially from those coming from Africa, and there is a health desk also in the airport in case of any sort of emergencies. Of course, in case there is any suspect, this is the place where the patients will be brought in. So these are the doctors here at Seven Hills Hospital who just explained to us the risk factor involved. At this point, India not so much at risk. In Mumbai, no cases so far, but all the measures being taken by the civic authorities and the state government to ensure there is no widespread issue as far as Mpox cases are concerned. With video journalist Hemant, this is Radhika Ramaswamy for NDTV.
The ISRO chief, Dr. S. Somnath, he has promised to land Indians on the moon by 2040. He was speaking to NDTV on the sidelines of the National Space Day. India is celebrating the first anniversary of Chandrayaan-3's highly successful soft landing on the moon last August as the National Space Day. NDTV's science editor, Pallav Bagla, he caught up with the ISRO chairperson. Listen in for more details about Chandrayaan-4 and Chandrayaan-5.
Almost a year since India landed closer to the south pole of the moon through Chandrayaan-3. Prime Minister Narendra Modi designated that as the National Space Day. I have with me Dr. S. Somnath, Chairman of the Indian Space Research Organization. Dr. Somnath, excited to be celebrating landing on Shiva Shakti point?
Definitely. It is 1 year after the historic event. 23rd of August 2023 still is such a beautiful day for us. The landing of Chandrayaan-3, the Vikram near the southern pole of moon. And we are rekindling those enthusiasm of those days for the next generation of people.
What was your feeling on that day, that moment when the feather-like touchdown happened?
See, this was very much expected. As far as I am concerned, we were hoping that to happen. As I have told, even before the landing, I was presenting this to some of the university students that this time we are going to make it happen. So I was at ease, and I was just happy to see the joy of my teammates rejoicing that landing, and including our Honorable Prime Minister connected online to us watching this live.
Well, your name itself, Somanath, means Lord of the Moon, and the smile which we saw that day was amazing. I mean, coming soon after a failure when we tried landing. Now, going beyond, we also have a Chandrayaan-4. What is Chandrayaan-4, and when will that happen?
Chandrayaan-4 is a precursor to what we are ultimately want to do, sending human beings to moon and bring them back safely. If you are to do that, we must have ability to go to moon, but also take off from the moon like a rocket, go to the orbit of the moon, come back to Earth's orbit and return back to surface of Earth. So if this has to happen, we must do it in a scaled model level, which is nothing but Chandrayaan-4. Here, instead of human beings, we are actually sending the craft up there, collecting samples from the moon surface and bringing back, which will have a scientific purpose also. So with the available capability of launchers and available capability and a low expense mission, we can plan a Chandrayaan-4 to prove all the technology as well as the software component of that such a mission, ultimately human spaceflight mission to moon.
that
What
will,
is Chandrayaan 4?
that is what Prime Minister Narendra Modi envisages by 2040.
2040, yes. So we have to do it in another 2 years to prove the precursor of such a capability, so that we will be preparing for a big scale for the manned mission.
And we also have in between a mission with Japan.
We are working on that. We have not yet finalized it. That's something called the UPEX mission. We call it Chandrayaan 5, maybe the next of the Chandrayaan, where we want to send a rover of big size, that is at least 10 times bigger than the one which we sent on Chandrayaan 3, Pragyan. And that rover has to go there and land in the very closer to the South Pole, much closer than the earlier one, looking for the traces of water, life, etc.
So, with Chandrayaan 4, are we again going to target nearer to Shiva Shakti point? Because that now seems like the hallmark for India and the Indian, in a way, an Indian territory on the moon.
Yeah, that area is really good. One, because we found many new features, and it is something that we can work on for 14 days light available. It has more scientific observation reasons for going there. So it looks like the next mission also we should do it there. Going to equator is much more easier. This is not that easy, so it also is more challenging, but it is more potential of scientific exploration lies there. So that's why it is interesting.
So that was Dr. S. Somnath, Chairman of the Indian Space Research Organization, speaking about a revisit to the moon and India going back to the area of Shiva Shakti point nearer the south pole of the moon. That is the area which is exciting not just India but the world. India created history with Chandrayaan 1 and also with Chandrayaan 3. And the National Space Day is to celebrate that big achievement. With camera person Azam Siddiqui in New Delhi, Pallav Bagla for NDTV.
Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shab. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he has arrived in Ukraine where he has met the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, a key strategic meeting amid the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. We'll get you all those details. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. Prime Minister Modi meets Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in war-hit Kiev. Prime Minister Modi and Zelensky also visit an exhibition to honor dead children. Prime Minister was greeted with namastes as he arrived in Ukraine with Jaishankar and Ajit Doval. In the latest, in the Kolkata rape and murder horror case, the accused, Sanjay Roy, he has been sent to 14-day judicial custody. Where the CBI heat is now on the RG Kar ex-principal, the CBI set to probe financial irregularities in the RG Kar hospital. The High Court hands over the probe to the CBI. Crimes against women continue in the country. 4 incidents in last 24 hours. In Kolhapur, a minor girl was raped and murdered. Her uncle he's the accused. In Pune, a school van driver was booked under POCSO for obscenity. In Assam, a minor was allegedly gang raped. One suspect has been arrested in that case, while in Delhi, a minor was raped and the accused's home has been set ablaze. And in the ongoing debate between e-commerce versus Kirana stores, the Commerce Minister, Piyush Goel, he says that India deserves to protect small retail stores and that he is against the misuse of laws. He also hints at new policy for e-commerce. A woman wrestler set to testify against ex-WFI Chief Brijbhushan Sharan Singh today. In the meanwhile, Vinesh Pogart, she alleges that security was withdrawn ahead of this key hearing. Now, after the court intervened, Delhi police reinstates the wrestler's security. "14 feared dead and 17 have been injured in Nepal bus accident. 40 Indians were on board that bus that plunged into a river in Nepal. The bus was en route from Pokhara to Kathmandu. But the top story that we are tracking at this hour is Prime Minister Modi's visit to Ukraine. In fact, Prime Minister Modi, he arrived in Ukraine and he has met the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in Kiev. Prime Minister Modi and Volodymyr Zelensky, they also visited an exhibition to honor the dead children who lost their lives in this war that has been going on for the last 2 years. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in fact, he arrived in war-hit Ukraine and is expected to share perspectives on peaceful resolution of the ongoing conflict. Now, the Prime Minister Modi, he met Ukrainian President Zelensky in Kiev. In fact, Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk, he had in fact said that India could play an essential and constructive role in resolving the Russia-Ukraine war. Remember, Prime Minister Modi's visit to Kiev comes nearly 6 weeks after his high-profile trip to Moscow, which in fact triggered criticism from the United States and some of its Western allies. Remember, this is the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Ukraine. India has so far maintained a neutral stance in the Russia-Ukraine war, calling for dialogue and diplomacy in order to resolve this ongoing conflict. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, while referring to the Ukraine conflict, he said that as a friend and partner, India hopes for an early return of peace and stability in the region. And Vishal Vivek joins us to get us more on this. Vishal, this is the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Ukraine. How crucial, and tell us the significance of that, Prime Minister Modi's visit, and especially it comes at a time when this crisis has been going on for the last 2 years. How crucial is India's role as far as this visit is concerned?
So as far as the Russia-Ukraine war is concerned, this visit by Prime Minister Modi to Ukraine could be historic in the sense that just last month, as you mentioned earlier, he had visited Russia on a visit to meet Vladimir Putin there, and now he has met Zelensky at his palace in Kiev. So the fact that this could lead to some kind of resolution to the conflict, that remains to be seen, but a lot of experts and a lot of reports have been suggesting that this visit by Prime Minister, in the region in the last month to both the areas, both Russia and Ukraine, sort of gives a message that India wants to play a role in resolving the conflict. There have been many peace resolutions that have been given by other countries such as China, but so far they have largely failed. Whether or not India will actually give a peace proposal to both the countries, that remains to be seen. There's no official comment on that, but the fact that the Prime Minister has decided to visit a region that is a war zone, a major war zone that has killed thousands in the last 2.5 years, that is a big statement. And this is the first visit by an Indian PM to Ukraine ever since the country gained independence in 1991. So all of that makes this visit quite historic. And coming back to the Russia-Ukraine war, thousands are getting killed, and this whole conflict has now graduated to drone warfare now, as opposed to ground invasion. But in some areas near the Russia-Ukraine border, the ground troops do continue to engage with each other, especially in the last 2-3 weeks when the Ukrainian troops were they managed to get inside the Russian border, and that was the first instance since the World War II since that happened. So all of that will probably be one of the focus areas when Prime Minister actually has discussions with Zelensky, and that discussion will be followed by another delegation level talks, which will most likely have Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar and National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. And following that, there could be several agreements that could be signed regarding trade and other things, and there could be some joint statement. There will be some joint statement after that, and that is exactly when we would know what was the agenda of the meeting, because nothing has been revealed prior to these meetings because of security protocols. It's a high security area. It's a war zone. So the fact that India has been able to meet both the leaders in the last 1 month, that is sort of unprecedented. The fact that a big leader on the world stage, Narendra Modi, has decided to get into a war zone, that itself says a lot, and that itself spreads a message that India wants peace in the region. Whether or not there will be a formal proposal from India, that will have to be seen.
All right, Vishal, Vivek, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that story. So the Prime Minister there in Ukraine, he met the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, and this is a key meeting that is taking place in the backdrop of a war. And the CBI heat is firmly on the ex-RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital principal Sandeep Ghosh. In fact, CBI is now set to probe the RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital's financial mess, is what we understand at this moment. Now, these allegations of financial irregularities are at the RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital, especially Sandeep Ghosh. The Calcutta High Court has now handed over the probe to the CBI. Earlier, Kolkata police had filed a case. Several allegations of mismanagement have also been made against Sandeep Ghosh there.
As per the order of Honorable High Court, Calcutta, Dr. Sandeep Ghosh is already on extraordinary leave. His order for National Medical College has also been cancelled. There are some media reports that he has been posted as OSD Swasth Bhavan. Let me clarify emphatically that there is no such order that he has been posted as OSD at Swasth Bhavan. Let me clarify again and again. New principal and MSVP of RG Kaur Hospital have also taken over charge on 22nd August 2024, and they are working. Yesterday morning only both of them have taken over the charge.
And in fact, my colleague Saurabh Gupta, who has been tracking this story from the ground zero, joins us at this moment. Saurabh, there have been allegations of financial irregularities, especially with respect to Sandeep Ghosh. And now that the Calcutta High Court has handed over the probe to the CBI, how should we look at it at the moment now?
Well, the former principal of Arjikar Medical College and Hospital, Sandeep Ghosh, is facing multiple questions from multiple sides. For example, the courts have questioned why he did not bother to file an FIR when this incident came to light, and have also questioned how he was reinstated so soon as the principal of another medical college after stepping down on owing moral responsibility for the incident. So obviously these are questions that he has faced. But the more serious charges against him have come, and these are, of course, allegations of financial irregularities that have been made against him. And these charges have also been seconded by someone who used to work with him at the Arjikar Medical College and Hospital and was recently posted at the Murshidabad Medical College and Hospital, Akhtar Ali, who also has repeated those charges and said that these are charges that he's made in the past and he's written about them to various authorities as well. Now, in the backdrop of that, yesterday the matter went to court, and of course Akhtar Ali himself was a petitioner and he had sought a probe by a central agency. The Calcutta High Court heard the matter and of course has handed over this probe, the probe against the allegations of financial irregularities allegedly conducted by Dr. Sandeep Ghosh to the CBI. The CBI will take over the case at 10 in the morning tomorrow. Meanwhile, there has been a lot of questions again of whether Sandeep Ghosh was reinstated or was given a posting as the OSD in the health department at Swasthya Bhavan, which is the administrative center for the health department. But the health secretary, Narayan Swarup Nigam, of the health secretary of West Bengal, has clarified on record, come on record, we had that soundbite play out a short while ago, where he said that no such posting has been given to him. He remains on leave as ordered by the Calcutta High Court.
All right, Saurabh Gupta, thank you very much for getting us all the details in that story. Now, the CBI is set to probe the Arjikar Medical College and Hospital's ex-principal's role in the financial mess is what the CBI is going to probe now. In fact, the accused, the prime accused, Sanjay Roy, he has been sent to 14-day judicial custody. Sanjay Roy, remember, the prime accused in the rape and murder of a doctor at the Arjikar Medical College and Hospital. He has a history of violence and abuse, according to his estranged family members and neighbors. Sandeep Ghosh, he, in fact, like Saurabh was mentioning, Sandeep Ghosh is also being questioned for the 8th straight day by the CBI. In fact, the CBI has submitted a status report in the Supreme Court in its probe into the rape and murder of the woman doctor. This incident, remember, has sparked a nationwide strike by the doctors. A bench that was led by Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, that has said on Tuesday that the nation cannot wait for another rape case for changes to occur on the ground. And in Assam, after a horrific story is also coming from the state of Assam, the crimes against women, they're continuing in the country. In Assam, 3 men, they allegedly raped a 14-year-old girl. The girl was left on the road in a semi-conscious state in Nagaon district on Thursday evening. This girl, she was rescued by police in the Dhing area after receiving a tip-off from a passerby. In fact, the girl lost consciousness and after being rescued. Now, the girl is right now recovering in a hospital is what police sources have said. And according to sources, this incident, it took place when the minor was returning home from her tuition in the evening. She was lying on the road without any clothing for around an hour before being rescued. In fact, the area has seen a lot of protests. There have been protests in Nagaon as the locals have called for a ban. The police is on a hunt for the 3 suspects while the locals protest there. And the students' union, they have in fact called for a ban. A lot of women, they have come out to protest this particular incident at the moment. The top court, in fact, crimes against women, they have been continuing in the country, and this is coming from Assam now.
আমি টাফ একশন লম এতিয়া মই ডিজিপি পঠাইছো দিনলৈকে আমাৰ অসমত নামনি আৰু মধ্য অসম বৰাক ভেলী আদিৰ দৰে জাগাত আমাৰ খিলঞ্জীয়া মানুহ লোকেল মানুহবিলাক বহুত ভয় আৰু সন্ত্ৰাসৰ পৰিৱেশত থাকে।
What we can put out for our viewers is that there were 2 people who were detained for questioning in connection to this case, and one person has been actually now arrested in connection to this case. Remember, the police had first told that there are 3 suspects who might have allegedly raped this minor girl who is a student of class 10 and who was returning from her tuition classes on a bicycle when this incident happened in Dhing, which is in Nagaon district. In fact, Chief Minister of Assam, who is in southern Assam today, there he spoke to media and he clearly said that his government is going to take tough actions. In fact, state's DGP GP Singh has been sent to Dhing. He has reached there. Mr. Sharma, who is the Chief Minister, has also sent a senior cabinet minister, Piyush Hajarika, to oversee the investigation. Even as we speak, a major protest is happening there in Dhing. The entire town is shut down. There is a bandh which has been called by the powerful All Assam Students Union and supported by civil society groups. Women have come out in large number. I'm sure our producers would be playing out those visuals of women coming out in large numbers and protesting. We'll definitely play out this soundbite of the Chief Minister where he categorically says 2-3 very important things. One, that his government is going to take very tough action. 2, that there are 3 suspects, of which 1 person have been arrested. So he's hopeful that the other 2 person will also be arrested soon. And third, he makes a point that what he alleges that people from a particular community have been involved in cases of crime against women, and he goes on to say that indigenous people of Assam are in areas where indigenous people of Assam are minority. In these areas, crime have increased. However, many would see it also as a political statement, but the Chief Minister making it clear that he's going to take very tough action and he's going to nab the culprit. That is a commitment that he's making to the people, even as there is strong protest. However, the protest is peaceful. A bandh has been called in Dhing town, where this incident has taken place, where this minor girl, remember, she lost her consciousness after this incident took place, was rushed to hospital, and only in this morning she has come back to a stable state. Police says that whenever she improves, her condition improves, then they will take her statement. They're awaiting the medical report to ascertain whether it is a case of rape or not. But what is important, that eyewitnesses whom media have spoken to, and we have also played soundbite of witnesses who have recovered the girl. They claim that the girl had, that point of time, spoken about 3 suspects, 3 people, and the police is looking for them. One of them have been arrested.
From Assam to Maharashtra, where after Badlapur, now there has been an alleged rape and murder case in Kolhapur. The body of a 10-year-old girl was found in a sugarcane field in Maharashtra's Kolhapur district. This girl, she left her house after she had a fight with her uncle over her excessive phone usage. The girl's uncle has been arrested for her alleged rape and murder, is what the police is saying. Now, when she did not return home for a long time, her parents launched a frantic search to find her body in a sugarcane field just 800 meters from her house. The body has been sent for post-mortem examination. She was sexually assaulted and strangulated. This is what the uncle has confessed during this interrogation. And Radhika joins us live to get us more on this. Radhika, a horrific incident, and we have been hearing such incidents from across the country. The fact that even in places which you consider safe spaces, these women are not safe, this is really disturbing.
Absolutely, very disturbing, tragic incidents being reported from Maharashtra. In fact, this is an incident that happened in Kolhapur, where a 10-year-old girl who was missing was later found dead. She was allegedly sexually assaulted by her own uncle. In fact, she went missing on Wednesday. Her body was found on Thursday after her parents filed a missing persons complaint. She was allegedly murdered, strangled, and of course she was allegedly sexually assaulted as well, is what the family members, in fact the police have been telling us. Now, as far as this entire case is concerned, multiple people were questioned post the post-mortem report came out, which spoke about rape as well as strangulation. After which, of course, multiple people along with family members were questioned. In fact, it is CCTV evidence that later established that it was indeed the uncle who had allegedly committed the crime, and he has been taken into custody under relevant sections of the POCSO Act. This once again is a repeat of Kolkata horror and of course Badlapur incident as well. However, such incidents are continuing to happen, and women continue to feel unsafe in the state. Devendra Fadnavis had come out and made a statement as well, saying that strict action will be taken against the culprit in the Kolhapur incident as well. So at this point, of course, this man has been arrested and investigations are underway.
Right. In fact, a similar incident has occurred in Pune as well, where a school van driver, he has been accused of sending inappropriate messages to a student. The situation, it escalated when the student reported the continuous harassment. An FIR has been registered against the driver under the POCSO Act at the Deccan police station, and the accused, in fact, he was thrashed by the MNS workers before being handed over to the police. As you can see on your screens in that video, that van driver is being assaulted by the MNS workers who thrashed him and then later handed him over to the police. And Radhika is still here with us to get us more on this. Radhika, what are the details about this story that has occurred in Pune? And what we are seeing is something very disturbing because this is vigilante justice taking forefront.
Certainly, a school van driver has been arrested after he allegedly sent inappropriate messages, texts to a girl student, a minor student. This happened in Pune. In fact, he behaved inappropriately as well, is the complaint. After she approached the police along with her family members, this man has been arrested. But what is important to note is that MLS took law into their hands and started beating up this fellow. As you can see, he was beaten up mercilessly by these people, perhaps deserving, but the fact remains that, other people, including, politicians, are taking law into their hands. These are political workers who decided to beat up this person. Something similar was witnessed in Badlapur as well, where after the alleged sexual assault of those two minor kids, the entire, citizens and the residents of Badlapur came onto streets and started protesting. Of course, there was stone pelting that was witnessed, there was violence witnessed, vandalism also witnessed. Something similar happening in Pune as well, where this man was beaten up by MNS workers. So people definitely not showing trust in the police machinery. That is what is seen in Badlapur as well. A lot of lapses that were, sort of witnessed as far as police investigations are concerned. They did not take the FIR on time, and there were multiple lapses as far as statement recording of both the victims are concerned. Procedures were not followed under POCSO, which is why the public was outraged and therefore protest. And now in Pune incident, of course, FIR taken, arrest made. However, before the arrest took place, this man was beaten up by political workers.
All right, Radhika Ramaswamy, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that story. Moving from Pune to Delhi now, where a 4-year-old minor was assaulted. A 22-year-old man, he was arrested by the Delhi police for kidnapping and raping a 4-year-old girl in the Shahbad Dairy area. Now, angered by this incident, local residents, they gathered outside the accused's house and set fire to the area to express their outrage. The accused, he allegedly lured the young girl with a sweet and kidnapped her at around 3 p.m. in broad daylight. A POCSO case has been registered. This accused has been apprehended. And the women wrestlers, they are set to testify against the ex-Wrestling Federation of India chief Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. In the meanwhile, Vinesh Phogat, she posted on her social media and alleged that security was withdrawn ahead of key hearing at the Delhi Rouse Avenue court. Now, after the court stepped in. The Delhi police has reinstated the wrestlers' security. Remember, this case dates back to January 2023, where wrestlers including Vinesh Fogart, Sakshi Malik and Bajrang Punia, they began protesting at the Jantar Mantar, accusing Brij Bhushan Charan Singh of sexual exploitation and intimidation.
I'm in front of the Rouse Avenue court, and the court is hearing the sexual harassment case, the charges that were levelled by female wrestlers against former Wrestling Federation of India President Brij Bhushan Singh, who is also a former BJP leader. We also know that one of the female wrestlers who is giving her testimony today will be doing so in the vulnerable witness room, and the media and public is not allowed. The court will be recording the testimony. We also know that earlier Brij Bhushan Singh's lawyer kind of contested this decision of recording her statement in the witness room. Ultimately, the court decided that if she's comfortable in recording her statement in the witness room, then so be it. We also know that yesterday Olympian Vinesh Fogart as well as Sakshi Malik alleged, they took to social media and tweeted out that Delhi police removed the security forces which were assigned to these female wrestlers who were supposed to give testimony against Brij Bhushan Singh. Then of course the court took the matter in hand and intervened and said that security forces should be reinstated immediately, and also asked the Delhi police, the Delhi commissioner, to submit a detailed report citing the reason why the security measures was removed in the first place. Of course, in response, the Delhi commissioner stated that it was a complete misunderstanding and that the security measures was not withdrawn in the first place. Delhi police took to social media and tweeted out that they were assuming that the Haryana police will be taking over the security measures, and that's why they have rectified the situation right now, and of course the security measures has been intact, has not been withdrawn. This is what the Delhi police has clarified. Right now the hearing is underway, and we will see the charges that were levelled against Brij Bhushan Singh. We saw several wrestlers, Olympian wrestlers, fighting for justice in this case. We saw massive protests last year related to these sexual harassment allegations against Brij Bhushan Singh. So the court hearing is underway at Rouse Avenue Court. With camera person Sachin, this is Shreya for NDTV Delhi.
Well, time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves."
Welcome back. In the ongoing debate between the e-commerce and Kirana stores, the Commerce Minister, Piyush Goel, he in fact spoke to NDTV and he has said that he recognizes the convenience that e-commerce gives, but at the same time, he also pointed out that the Kirana stores, they have been India's lifeline. The Kirana stores are part of India's ecosystem, and that he has not softened his stance on e-commerce. He mentioned that he is against the misuse of the law of land and that India deserves to protect all small retail businesses. There should be marriage of these two ecosystems is what the minister has said. And he also mentioned that the companies should work within the parameters of the law.
You had earlier spoken about e-commerce versus Kirana stores. Earlier you had said that you're concerned about the growth of e-commerce. Of course, then you've softened your stand as well. You said that you're definitely in support of e-commerce as long as there is fair play and as long as there is balance.
First of all, I have not changed my stand. My stand has been very consistent even on the comments I made 4 years ago, the comments I made 3 days ago, or the comments I made 2 days ago. The stand has been the same. I have never been against e-commerce. What I am against is the misuse of our e-commerce laws. Even 4 years ago, if you look at my comments, I recognize the importance of technology in our lives, the convenience it gives, the fact that efficiency will go up. But our Kirana stores have been our lifeline for years and years. They don't play the role only of a store. They become a part of our ecosystem, our families. I explained that in great detail both yesterday and day before. And therefore what I have consistently said, now of course the media would like to have a headline that I am against e-commerce on day one, and day two I've softened my stand. I've been trying to figure out in my head that when did I soften my stand, when was my stand hard in the first place. But to be fair, and in a way if I have a softer stand, it's good for my image also. But to be fair, what I'm only against is the misuse of the law of the land. India deserves to protect and ensure the organized growth of small retail, khudra vyapar as we call it, and we welcome all sorts of technologies. I have consistently said, and I have interacted with all e-commerce companies on more than one occasion, that there should be a marriage of the two ecosystems. The big format e-commerce has a role in our lives as long as they also subsume and marry the small retail stores across the country. Such a joint venture or a collaborative approach is what will be in the best interests of India.
So what kind of policies and regulations can be brought in to ensure structure and there's no predatory pricing and no FDI violation?
Well, we already have policies in place. I think if everybody just sticks to the spirit and the law of the land, it doesn't need any other policy. It doesn't need any clarification. Everybody knows what the policy is. Everybody knows what they have to do. But if some smart Alex think of coming up with innovative corporate structures to misuse the flexibilities that we often give in the framework for ease of doing business, it's very unfortunate. I'm hoping that with my message to all of industry, they will all work within the parameters of Indian law and Indian policy. I would ideally not like government to get involved in a sector which is growing, which is doing well. I would ideally like self-regulation of the sector and everybody in the sector recognizing that my 10 crore small kirana stores, mom and pop stores, retail stores are important for India, and they are a big source of employment, a big source of income for a large part of the middle class in India. And all that I've said is for making this whole e-commerce ecosystem more inclusive and more sensitive.
In fact, my colleague Himanshu Shekhar, he spoke to the Confederation of All India Traders Secretary General Praveen Khandelwal over what the Commerce Minister has said. Listen in to that conversation.
आप पहले से भी अमेज़न को लेकर सवाल उठाते रहे हैं। पीयूष गोयल के बयान को आप कैसे देखते हैं?
पीयूष गोयल जी का बयान सकारात्मक है और उन्होंने जो कहा है वो वास्तव में वस्तु स्थिति है वर्तमान में। इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है कि ई कॉमर्स भविष्य का व्यापार है। बहुत तेज़ी से ई कॉमर्स बढ़ रहा है, उसकी जो वृद्धि की दर है वो लगभग 27% है हर वर्ष की। तो उस दृष्टि से ई कॉमर्स को नकारा नहीं जा सकता, लेकिन साथ साथ ये देखना होगा कि फेयर प्ले हो, हेल्दी कंपटीशन हो और इवन लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड हो। जितने भी फॉरेन कंपनीज जो ई कॉमर्स के क्षेत्र में काम कर रही हैं, अगर उनके इतिहास को उठा करके देखें तो हर साल वो लॉस करती हैं और उसके बाद भी वो सस्टेन कर रही हैं। इसका अर्थ बहुत साफ है कि जो इन्वेस्टमेंट वो लाते हैं वो इन्वेस्टमेंट यहाँ पर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट नहीं होता, यहाँ पर लॉजिस्टिक सिस्टम क्रिएट नहीं होता, सप्लाई चेन मजबूत नहीं होती, लेकिन वो सारा का सारा जो सो कॉल्ड इन्वेस्टमेंट है वो उनके जो लॉसेज हैं वो उनको फंड करके अपने बिजनेस को सस्टेन कर रहे हैं। यही बात पीयूष जी ने कही है और हमारा ये मानना है कि निश्चित रूप से इन्वेस्टमेंट का मतलब है आप इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बिल्ड करें, सप्लाई चेन में लगाएं, लॉजिस्टिक्स को मजबूत करें। वो तो कुछ हो नहीं रहा, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये साफ दिखाई देता है कि ये जो पैसा आता है ये कहीं ना कहीं उनके अपने अनहेल्दी बिजनेस प्रैक्टिसेस को सपोर्ट करने के लिए है। इसीलिए हमने बार बार ये कहा कि ई कॉमर्स की पॉलिसी आ जाए और ई कॉमर्स के रूल्स जो कंज्यूमर अफेयर्स के अंतर्गत है वो आ जाए तो सिस्टम सारा ठीक हो जाएगा। ये सबको मानना ही पड़ेगा कि जो भारत का कानून है उसका पालन तो हर एक को करना है और मोटी मोटी यही बात श्री पीयूष गोयल जी ने कही है।
News now from Ranchi, where amid heavy security arrangements and prohibitory orders imposed outside the Moradabadi ground in Jharkhand's capital Ranchi, the Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha is holding a rally against the alleged injustice by the JMM-led government in the state. Workers of the Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha, they gathered in the Moradabadi ground where leaders of the BJP, they were scheduled to address the Yuva Akrosh rally. And a scuffle broke out between the police personnel and the BYJM and the BJP workers there, leading to things getting violent, the protests getting violent, and police retorting to using water cannons in order to calm them down. And Haribansh Sharma joins us to get us more on this story. Haribansh ji, क्या डिटेल्स हैं इस प्रोटेस्ट के बारे में और ये प्रोटेस्ट क्यों हो रहा था और वहाँ पे कौन-कौन प्रेजेंट होने वाले थे?
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने आक्रोश रैली, युवा आक्रोश रैली का आयोजन किया था। इसमें प्रदेश के 24 जिले से सारे जो युवा कार्यकर्ता हैं वो उनको जुटना था। रांची के मोरहाबादी में इसका आयोजन होना था और इसको लेके जो है पुलिस को पहले ही सूचना मिली थी कि काफी संख्या में झारखंड के अलग-अलग जिलों से युवा लोग जुट रहे हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के। तो सुरक्षा के दृष्टिकोण से पुलिस के तरफ से हर एक चौक चौराहे पे जो है बैरिकेडिंग किया गया था और जो आ रहे थे अलग दूसरे जिले से उनको वहीं पे रोका जा रहा था। इसके बाद बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ताओं द्वारा जो है विरोध प्रदर्शन शुरू हुआ और उसके बाद पुलिस को बल का प्रयोग करना पड़ा। पुलिस की तरफ से आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़े गए, पुलिस की तरफ से वाटर कैनन का इस्तेमाल किया गया भीड़ को कंट्रोल करने के लिए और पुलिस को ये अंदेशा था कि ये लोग मोरहाबादी में एक साथ जुटने के बाद जो है जो मुख्यमंत्री आवास तक है वहां जाएंगे। तो इसी को लेके पुलिस प्रदर्शनकारी पे जो है फोर्स का प्रयोग की है। इस जो सभा है इसमें तो जिला के जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के युवा के जो कार्यकर्ता थे, जो अधिकारी पद थे, उन लोग को जुटना था। इनका साथ जो है वो झारखंड के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री बाबूलाल मरांडी, अमर बावरी जो अपोजिशन लीडर है वो, साथ में रक्षा राज्य मंत्री थे, और इसके साथ साथ कई विधायक लोग इस जो रैली थी इसमें शामिल हुए थे। तो पुलिस ने काफी जो समर्थक थे, बीजेपी के जो कार्यकर्ता थे, उनको रोकने की कोशिश की, और जब वो नहीं माने, जब वो काफी बैरिकेटिंग तोड़ के आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, इसके बाद पुलिस के द्वारा जो है बल का प्रयोग किया गया है। इसमें कई जो है बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जो है वो घायल हुए हैं। मीडिया के भी कई जो कैमरामैन और रिपोर्टर हैं वो इसमें इंजर्ड हुए हैं, और अब सभा की समाप्ति हो गई है। बीजेपी की तरफ से आरोप लगाया गया है कि ये हेमंत सरकार हमें रोकना चाहती है, युवाओं को रोकना चाहती है। इनका मेन मुद्दा जो था वो ये था कि जब चुनाव था उसमें झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा ने मैनिफेस्टो में लाखों युवाओं को रोजगार देने की बात की थी, नौकरी देने की बात की थी, वो पूरा नहीं होता हुआ दिख रहा था। इसको लेके ये युवा आक्रोश रैली का आयोजन किया गया था।
All right, Harivansh Sharma, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that story. The BJP youth wing, they're protesting against the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha led government in Jharkhand. And breaking news coming in at this point, a key BJP meeting is underway at party president JP Nadda's house, where the Jammu and Kashmir polls is at the center of discussions. The top leaders are meeting on the Jammu and Kashmir polls, which are set to happen starting on September 18th. In fact, Amit Shah and Ram Madhav are at this key meeting, and this meeting is to discuss BJP's Jammu and Kashmir's candidates. Remember, Ram Madhav, he has now given the feedback on Jammu and Kashmir to the Union Home Minister Amit Shah. And my colleague Akhilesh joins us to get us more on this. Akhilesh, what is the agenda of this particular meeting? This meeting is taking place just before the elections. What more details can you give us?
There's a crucial core group meeting which is happening right now at Party President JP Nadda's residence. Home Minister Amit Shah and senior leaders including Ram Madhav and J. Kishan Reddy, who are election in charge of Jammu and Kashmir, they are also present in this meeting. Apart from them, senior leaders from Jammu and Kashmir and Dr. Jitendra Singh, who is a minister from Jammu in the Union, is also present in the meeting. And we've been told by the sources that the core group meeting is happening to finalize candidates for the upcoming elections. BJP is going to field candidates on all Jammu seats and some seats in Srinagar, Kashmir Valley. And the sources are telling us that in Kashmir, the BJP is likely to rope in and tie up with small parties and some independents. In the meanwhile, Home Minister Amit Shah has attacked the Congress party over its alliance with the National Conference. He has posed certain questions to Congress party, asking them whether they support the demand of the National Conference to restore 370 in Jammu and Kashmir. It's an election promised by the National Conference that if they win, they will pass a resolution in the assembly to bring back Article 370. So Mr. Amit Shah has asked Congress party whether the party supports this demand and promise by the National Conference. Also, he has posed a question to the Congress whether it supports the demand by the National Conference that the talks with Pakistan should take place. So on all these promises by the National Conference, Home Minister Amit Shah has attacked the Congress party and posed certain questions, because the Congress party has recently announced that it will form an alliance with the National Conference in Jammu and Kashmir. So this is another key point. And apart from that, Ram Madhav was appointed the election in charge for Srinagar, for Jammu and Kashmir. He was in Srinagar for a few days and now he's returned. And this morning he had a meeting with Home Minister Amit Shah. He briefed him about the security situation in Kashmir Valley and also about the security for the BJP supported candidate in the upcoming elections.
All right, Akhilesh Sharma, thank you very much for getting us all the latest. As Akhilesh was mentioning, Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister of India, he has attacked Congress over their alliance with the National Conference and has asked a very important question. Will Congress support a separate flag for the Jammu and Kashmir? And will Congress bring back Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir while attacking the Congress, is what Amit Shah has said. And at least 14 Indians, they were killed, and 17 people, they were injured when a passenger bus plunged into a river in Nepal today. This, the Indian registered bus carrying about 40 passengers plunged into the river 110 kilometers from its destination in the capital, Kathmandu. The bus was en route to Kathmandu from Pokhara. Now, this 14 people, as I mentioned, have been feared dead. 17 have been injured in this particular incident. In fact, the bus was en route from Pokhara to Kathmandu. Time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
Welcome back. It was the last day of the Democrats' National Convention, and Kamala Harris, she accepted her presidential nomination. She directly addressed the Israel's war in Gaza in her acceptance speech, pledging that she will continue to support Israel and advocate for the well-being of Palestinians as Democrats continue to face pressure from progressives over the Biden administration's staunch support for the Israeli government. Now, Kamala Harris, she accepted the Democratic nomination. She called Donald Trump an unserious man, but the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious, is what she said. Now, at the same time, Donald Trump, he hit back and said that Kamala Harris has led United States into a failing nation.
Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists, the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. But America, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man. We are not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools. America, we are not going back. Is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done. And let me be clear, I will always stand up for Israel to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7. What has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination. Opportunity is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed. Whether you live in a rural area, small town, or big city. And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners and entrepreneurs and American companies to create jobs, to grow our economy, and to lower the cost of everyday needs like health care and housing and groceries. As a part of his agenda, he and his allies would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress. And get this, he plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions. Simply put, they are out of their minds. One must ask, why exactly is it that they don't trust women? Well, we trust women. We trust women.
The Indian Space Agency, known for its frugal innovations and cutting-edge technology, is also a very safe harbor for investment. A new report suggests that for every rupee spent on the Indian Space Research Organization, the return on investment has been of the order of 2.54. Financial experts, they call that an amazing rate of return. NDTV's science editor Pallav Bagla, he has more details in an exclusive interview with Dr. Jitendra Singh, Minister of State in PMO and Minister for Space, on the report that has been released at the National Space Day celebrations.
India is celebrating the National Space Day, and a new report suggests that the investments in ISRO have paid off handsomely. I have with me Dr. Jitendra Singh, the Minister for Space and a Minister in the Prime Minister's office. Dr. Jitendra Singh, what does the report suggest? Are you investing well in ISRO?
No, of course, as you would realize, and I think everybody appreciates that ever since the space sector was opened up for public-private participation, thanks to Prime Minister Modi for having taken that historic revolutionary decision over 3-4 years back, there has been a quantum leap in investment from the private sector as well as the overall growth of the space economy. For example, today we are just about $8 billion US. We hope to be going up almost 5 times in the next 10 years, up to 44 billion, maybe around 100 billion by 2047, which is the target year, the Viksit Bharat, the Century India year. And I think as the economy grows in the space sector, the pace of its growth also is on the increase. And there's a huge lot of interest from the private sector. And it's not only confined now to the launching of rockets. I think virtually every sector and every area of development is now using space technology.
See, the report suggests that for every rupee spent, the return is 2.54, meaning for every rupee spent, we get 2.5 rupees back.
Yeah.
So will you invest more in ISRO now?
See, the point is, if you see it in totality, like for example, if you take the case of agriculture, through space technology you can find out when to sow the seed, what is going to be the ideal crop, what season, what soil. And that might save a lot of economy and in return generate. So if you see the healthcare sector, we have the telemedicine, for example, then also supplemented with artificial intelligence and machine learning. So in the remote areas where providing healthcare otherwise would be a costly affair, relatively, providing it with the supplementation of the assistance space technology would be again a saving. So economy saved also generates economy. And space technology, like similarly in disaster management. So the very fact, if you are able to prevent a disaster or reduce its magnitude with the help of space technology, also adds on to the overall economy of the country. And I'm sure under Prime Minister Modi in the last 10 years, India has actually graduated to the next level of understanding the skill of using space technology in every sector.
So touching lives and saving lives, that is all ISRO is all about?
Absolutely. Now, ISRO is no longer, or shall I say in a broader sense, the Department of Space in India is no longer confined only to the launchings. It is playing an important role in the development story of India, the growth story of India, and that's how it's going to contribute hugely to the economy of 2047 India.
We have the model of the Bharatiya Antariksh Station right behind us. Yes. A dream will be fulfilled?
Absolutely. We have set for ourselves the target of 2035 to have our own international space station, which was announced by Prime Minister Modi himself, and that will be named as Bharatiya Antariksh Station.
Always a pleasure speaking to you, Dr. Jiten Singh. So that was Dr. Jiten Singh telling us all about how every rupee spent on ISRO gives back 2.5 rupees back. The socio-economic impact of the Indian Space Research Organization is very large. On the National Space Day, with camera person Xavier Thomas at the Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi, Pallav Bagla for NDTV.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in Kiev. The Prime Minister and Zelensky visit an exhibition to honor dead children. The Prime Minister greeted with a namaste as he arrived in Ukraine with Jaishankar and Ajit Doval with the UN chief, hoping that Prime Minister Modi's visit to Ukraine will contribute to ending the war. The latest developments in the Kolkata rape and murder horror involving a junior doctor, accused Sanjoy Roy, has agreed finally to a lie detector test. The accused has now been sent to 14-day judicial custody. He was a civil volunteer at the hospital where the junior doctor worked. The CBI heat now on the RG Kar ex-principal, and the CBI will be probing the financial irregularities that have been alleged in the RG Kar hospital. The High Court has handed over the probe to the CBI. Meanwhile, crimes against women continue across the country. There are 4 different incidents in the last 24 hours. In Kolhapur, a minor girl was raped and murdered. The uncle is the accused, while in Pune, a school van driver has been booked under the POCSO Act for obscenity. And in Assam, a minor allegedly gang raped, 1 suspect arrested. And in Delhi, a minor raped accused home is set ablaze. On the issue of e-commerce versus Kirana stores, Commerce Minister Piyush Goel exclusive, where he explains his comments that he had made on e-commerce and what they meant for Kirana stores. He says that India deserves to protect small retail stores, and I'm against the misuse of laws. And an NDTV exclusive interview with Kamala Harris's aunt here in India, as Kamala Harris accepted the Democratic nomination for presidentship with a stirring speech at the National Convention. Kamala's aunt says she's proud of her achievement. Well, our top story now, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi today arrived in war-hit Ukraine. He is expected to share his perspectives on a peaceful resolution of the ongoing conflict. The Prime Minister met with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in war-hit Kiev, and they visited an exhibition to honor dead children. Now, Poland Prime Minister Donald Tusk said India could play an essential and constructive role in resolving the Russia-Ukraine war. Remember, India is in this very unique position. It has with friendly relations both with Russia and with Ukraine. The Prime Minister's visit comes nearly 6 weeks after his high-profile trip to Moscow, which triggered criticism from the US and from some of the Western allies. This is the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Ukraine. India has so far maintained a neutral stance in the Russia-Ukraine war, though calling for an end to the violence, calling for dialogue and diplomacy to resolve the conflict. The Prime Minister, while referring to Ukraine conflict, said that as a friend and partner, India hopes for an early return of peace and stability in the region. So there you can see the Prime Minister along with President Zelensky. They're meeting with the Indian officials as well. Let's go across to Vishnu Shom now for more. Vishnu, tell us what is happening right now.
Well, we spent the last couple of hours at the presidential palace of President Zelensky. We have seen a large set of documents being exchanged between the two sides. We've seen both the President and the Prime Minister interact with each other. It's gone on for much longer than we'd expected. There are a couple of agreements which have been agreed upon, an agreement between the government of India and the government of Ukraine on cooperation in the fields of agriculture and food, an MOU between the Central Drug Standard Council Organization and the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare on medicines and drug control and cooperation in the field of medical products regulation, an MOU between the government on Indian humanitarian grant assistance for the implementation of high-impact community development projects, and a program of cultural cooperation between the Ministry of Culture and the government of Ukraine. Now, on the larger issue on whether there has been any conversation with, on the potential peace process, that is something that is unanswered at this stage. We hope to get answers very shortly from senior government officials. That doesn't figure in the list of agreements which have been signed upon. That was not expected. So the larger question is something we do not know, and we hope to get answers perhaps from President Zelensky himself later today.
That's right, Vishnu, and S. Jaishankar and NSA Doval are also there, along with the Prime Minister. It's a very high-profile visit, much watched, and in fact, it's being watched the world over internationally as well. And you have comments coming in from, about whether the Prime Minister can play that key role, and the UN chief also hoping that this visit will, bear some fruit in terms of, lasting peace in the region.
That's right. So it is a very important visit, as you mentioned, Gargi. At this stage, the fact that you've got the NSA, the National Security Advisor, the fact that you've got all the others that you mentioned is an indicator of how important this visit is being treated by India. And there is a full expectation that, in fact, something positive might emerge. We are now running to try and get details of that. I'll come back to you with the very latest.
All right, Vishnu, thanks so much for joining us. Vishnu Shrom there reporting from Kiev on the Prime Minister's visit there to Ukraine, the first by an Indian Prime Minister. And this hug between Prime Minister Modi and President Zelensky has already, gone viral across the world. Let's go across to Ghazali now for more. And Ghazali, what are we hearing here regarding the visit? It's a short visit, a few hours. It took the Prime Minister a long time getting there. He was in Warsaw and now in Kiev. Give us more details about what we know regarding the visit.
See, Gargi, when Prime Minister visited Russia, we saw how the West reacted over it. But there were no big deals which were signed when he was in Moscow to meet Mr. Putin. But here, while meeting Mr. Zelensky, what we are being told is that there were 4 MOUs which have been signed. I'll just list out the relevance of those. The first one is between both the governments on cooperation in the fields of agriculture and food industry. And we know that how when Russia-Ukraine war broke out, India was under intense pressure to export the grain to the major developing world countries. And now perhaps agriculture has yet again become one of the main tools to strike diplomatic relations and to prosper diplomatic relations between India and Ukraine. So that is one of the most important MOUs or the agreement which has been signed between India and Ukraine. The other one is related to the drug control, wherein the cooperation will be, there will be cooperation between the two countries on medical products, including regulation, improvement of safety and quality aspects, as well as mainly through information exchange or capacity building, workshops, training and exchange of visits. So this is another domain in the domain of central drugs standard control production. The third MOU which has been signed between the two countries is regarding the public projects. We saw India has been carrying out public development projects in Maldives. Recently, we saw that India was given the charge of, India took the charge of developing some public facilities in 28 islands in Maldives, and a similar nature of MOU has been signed with Ukraine here. So the first Prime Minister to visit Ukraine, Mr. Modi, is also signing some important projects here. And also, when Prime Minister announced, or when the government of India announced that Mr. Modi will be visiting Ukraine, perhaps many Western commentators have said that he's doing a balancing act after being criticized by the West for visiting Moscow, and hence he's going to Ukraine. But that is not the case. India's External Affairs Ministry has hinted very clearly that India has got its own long-standing diplomatic position on different issues. Even it has good relations with Moscow. And even there, Prime Minister spoke about that this is not the time of war and how solutions cannot be found on the battlefield. India also significantly attended the Peace Summit in Switzerland, though India was not signatory to the joint statement there, because India also wants that in this conflict, all the stakeholders should be participated and no unilateral decision should be taken. So this particular visit is very significant because the entire world is keeping an eye on this visit and want to see that what kind of peace plan does India propose to Ukraine when it comes to the ongoing conflict.
That's right. And right now, Ghazali, we can see visuals of, the MOUs being signed between both sides. When you spoke about the conflict, the Prime Minister and Zelensky even visited this memorial for children who lost their lives in the conflict. The Prime Minister even made the comment, saying that conflict is particularly devastating for young children. So a lot of focus really on, the terrible result of this very long war between Russia and Ukraine.
Yes, and Prime Minister, if you see all his visits in the last couple of months after swearing in, after taking oath for the third term, even he spoke to, when it comes to the conflict in Middle East, even there, India is providing aid to Palestine in Gaza, but it is also talking to Netanyahu to stop the war there as well. And even here, the Prime Minister paid visit to those historic venues and he spoke about the perils of war. And that is why, besides all the MOUs which are being signed, besides all what we are being told about the diplomatic relations between India
all right,
and
sorry to interrupt you, Ghazali. Let's go across to where Dr. Jaishankar is speaking.
And we've just concluded his official engagements. This is a landmark visit. It's the first time that an Indian Prime Minister has visited Ukraine since the establishment of diplomatic relations in 1992. Now, the Prime Minister arrived by a special train in the morning and he was received by First Deputy Foreign Minister, Mr. Andrei Sibiha, at the Kiev railway station. He arrived here in the hotel. He met the Indian community. He then started his engagements with a visit to the multimedia exposition on children who have lost their lives in this conflict. He was accompanied to the museum by President Zelensky. The Prime Minister placed a toy in the museum in memory of the children. He thereafter went to the A.V. Formin Botanical Gardens to pay homage to Mahatma Gandhi, whose statue is there. In fact, his last engagement is going on right now, which is that he's meeting Ukrainian students who are studying Hindi. Now, in terms of the official discussions, I should say that he held these with President Zelensky. This happens to be their fourth meeting. They had met initially in Glasgow in November of 2021, then in Hiroshima in May of 2023, and then most recently in Puglia in Italy in June of 2024. They've also had 7 teleconversations. In the discussion, obviously, a significant part of it was devoted to our bilateral relations. There was a discussion about trade, economic issues, defense, pharmaceuticals, agriculture, education. There were a whole lot of issues. You will see much of that reflected in the joint statement, which has been released already, or will be released very shortly. The leaders also, I must share with you, tasked the Intergovernmental Commission, of which Minister Kuleba and I are the co-chairs, to specifically focus on rebuilding our trade and economic relations, which had gone down in recent times. We certainly look forward to having an early meeting of that body, definitely by the end of this year. While this is the first visit, I think you all appreciate that there is a very clear context in which the visit is taking place. Obviously, much of the discussion was spent with regard to the war in Ukraine. So, before I come to exactly what was discussed, I just want to give a little bit of background here, which is that there have been a number of public positions taken by India and by the Prime Minister on this subject. A little more than 2 years ago, he had actually publicly said that this is not an era of war. He had also underlined that dialogue and diplomacy are the key. Most recently, he emphasized that the solution will not come out of the battlefield. And obviously, we find the civilian and humanitarian toll of this conflict particularly distressing. It's also India's view that the two sides need to engage each other to find a solution. Now, I also want to, I'll come to the joint statement, but there's a particular segment in the joint statement which pertains to the conflict. So let me read that out, which is that the Prime Minister reiterated the need for sincere and practical engagement between all stakeholders to develop innovative solutions that will have broad acceptability and contribute towards early restoration of peace. He reiterated India's willingness to contribute in all possible ways to facilitate an early return of peace. Now, while I read that part out from the joint statement, again, just to refresh your memory, or for those of you who may not be entirely aware of it, I would like to remind you that in the past, India has actually been actively associated with various efforts led by various countries in this regard. We supported the Turkish effort in 2022 to open up the Black Sea grain corridor. In September 2022 also, Prime Minister Danish Schmihal actually took up with us the concerns regarding the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant at that time. It was a matter on which we had been thereafter directly in touch with the Russians and then back to the Ukrainian side, also been in touch with IAEA Director General Rafael Grossi. And at various other points of time, we had also taken public positions cautioning against the danger of escalation. Now, let me now come to today's discussion on this particular subject, because I would say in terms of the time which the Prime Minister and President Zelensky spent, most of it actually was in regard to the conflict. So here, the Prime Minister spoke about our position, which I have summed up for you, that there's not an era of war, that dialogue and diplomacy are key, so the solution will not come out of the battlefield. He shared the widespread sentiment in the global south about the repercussions of this conflict for them. He spoke also about his discussions recently with President Putin in Moscow. The Prime Minister, if you remember, was there in July. He sought President Zelensky's assessment of both of the ground situation as well as the diplomatic scenario. President Zelensky spoke at some length on both issues. He also spoke about taking the Global Peace Summit in regard to Ukraine forward. And I would say, if I were to kind of sum up really what was a fairly long and detailed discussion, one, it revolved around to some extent the military situation, about on the medium-term concerns like food and energy, and most of all on conceivable pathways to peace and conflict resolution. I would say, I'm sure the Ukrainian side will do its own briefing. But in fairness, I would sort of sum up their position as saying that they clearly wanted a continued involvement of India with the Global Peace Summit. There was also a discussion about what could be effective ways of taking these discussions forward, not necessarily within the format of the summit. There are obviously multiple possibilities here and multiple views about those possibilities. So what I can say is that it was a very detailed, a very open, in many ways a very constructive discussion. And if there is any further development in that regard, we will obviously keep you all informed. With regard to other issues, I think the best that I would do, because we have a paucity of time, would be to refer you to the joint statement. I'm summing it up very succinctly. I'm not touching all points, but in the joint statement, I want to emphasize that the Prime Minister and the President reiterated their readiness to further cooperation in upholding principles of international law, including the UN Charter, such as respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty of states. As I said, they spoke about the summit on peace in Ukraine. The last meeting was in June of 2024. In terms of our own positions, I think I read out for you that particular paragraph. I would say, in addition to that, there are references in the joint statement to our bilateral cooperation, to trade, to commerce, to education. We signed 4 agreements today. One was in regard to community development projects in Ukraine. One was in regard to drug control standards and harmonization. One was on cultural exchange, and the 4th one was agriculture. Finally, let me just say that we have been, in the past, been providing humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. I think 17 consignments so far have been delivered. These are largely in the medical, on the medical side. And today we handed over the Bhishma. Let me have a look at that. Where is that? These are cubes which contain medical support equipment, which are very effective, very compact, very deployable in many ways. So these cubes with a total weight of 22 tons were handed over today, along with 10 gensets. So I think this would probably be a fair summary of today's discussions. I'm sure you will have some questions or thoughts. I'd be happy to answer them.
We open the floor now, and please do introduce yourself before you ask the question. So let's start there. Rishikesh.
Hi, sir. Rishikesh from Press Trust of India. So we have seen in the past that Ukraine side has made a very strong statement on the issue of India's import, especially on gas, energy or coal. So when today Prime Minister meets with President Zelensky, did President urge India to curb its imports from Russia?
Okay. Can I take a few, because I'd like to cover as many people as possible. So Vishnu.
Sir, Vishnu Shok from NDTV. Were there any specific proposals made by us, by India, to Ukraine in terms of a possible immediate path towards ending the conflict?
So, question is specific proposals and immediate path.
Specific proposals
the adjectives in question are specific proposal and immediate path.
Yes, sir.
Right, got it. You can take one more question. Yeah, sure, I'll take 3.
As a negotiator between Ukraine and Russia. However, Bloomberg reports that your side is willing to deliver some message from Russian side to Ukrainian. Was there any specific message today from Putin to Volodymyr Zelensky? And the second question, what is the stance of the India on Chinese peace plan? Because India respects Ukrainian territorial integrity and it doesn't include it. It didn't include it in Chinese peace plan.
Can I go with these 3 answers? So, okay. So the first question, did the issue of India's energy trade with Russia come up? Yes, it did. I wouldn't say at great length, but what we did was to explain to the Ukrainian side what was the energy market scenario. The fact that today many energy producers are sanctioned, making the market potentially very tight, and why actually today there is a compulsion, in fact not just a compulsion, I mean why it is in the interest of the international economy as a whole that oil prices remain reasonable and stable. On Vishnu, your question, in a way, they kind of feed into each other. Look, I would put it this way. Clearly, we've been having our own thinking and discussions with many other countries. Also, because the Prime Minister was recently in Moscow, there were detailed discussions there, which we have been quite public about. So he shared, I think, many of the thoughts and the substance of these discussions. I wouldn't necessarily characterize it in the way in which you said Bloomberg had described it. But in turn, I think we heard from President Zelensky at some length what his own views were, about these issues, but what his own views were about the subject as a whole. I mean, not necessarily to anything which we may have told him, we may have heard in Moscow. So it was a very back and forth discussion. To my mind, there was certainly, I'm sure that there was information which we, obtained here, and I'm sure we also perhaps may have brought up points or flagged issues which may or may not have been people would have been cognizant of here. The way we ended was that at the end of the discussion, I think there was a sense that this is a very complex issue. I mean, yes, certainly we have this one particular format, the peace in Ukraine format. But as I said, it is the view not just of India, but certainly of India as well, that there are, there could be multiple ways of approaching this issue. Now, you asked me for one of those examples, and I mean, I'm not comparing here. I'm just responding to your particular question. Regarding, whatever China may have proposed, I think it's not for us to respond. I think it is for the parties concerned to respond. So I would suggest you direct that question at the Ukrainian government.
Can we have a question here? Rishabh, please.
Minister, good afternoon. Rishabh from Times Now. Sir, you spoke about Ukrainians asking us to be part of the Ukraine Peace Summit that last happened in Switzerland. Has there been any proposal from Ukraine to India to try and convince Russia to be on that table? Because Russia last time was not part of the Peace Summit in Switzerland. So has there been any talks from Ukrainian side that India should try and get Russia also on the table?
Siddhant.
Sir, Siddhant from WION. Did the Ukrainian side briefed on the Kursk incursion? Sir, this side. Did the Ukrainian side briefed on the Kursk incursion? And my second question is, PM paid his homage tributes to the victims, the children who died in the war. The Prime Minister also mentioned this to President Putin 2 months ago in Moscow. So what was the message in terms of Prime Minister paying his homage to the children?
Please.
Thank you for the question. Minister Nick Beek from BBC News. You talked about Prime Minister Modi's visit to Moscow last month, and a lot of people here were very upset to see that embrace between the two leaders. Also, they were quite upset to see India overtake China in terms of the biggest importer of Russian crude oil. And also they say they're disappointed that there hasn't been an explicit condemnation of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. So in light of that, I'm just wondering whether you had difficulty today persuading President Zelensky that India is not favouring Russia, but is indeed pursuing a policy of non-alignment. And secondly, because of that meeting in Russia last month, I think Prime Minister Modi is probably the most significant, influential world leader to have spoken to both sides recently. What personal role could he play in some sort of pursuit of peace? Thank you.
Yours was the first question. In terms of the Peace in Ukraine Summit, it was discussed at some length because much of what President Zelensky said revolved around, not everything, but a significant part of it. Now, where they go, at the end of the day, it's their initiative. Okay, it is their initiative in which we have taken part. I mean, if you look at it from at every stage of that initiative, when it started in Copenhagen, his predecessor was there. Then the NSA went into Jeddah. The deputy NSA went to Riyadh and to Davos. Similarly, the hybrid formats in Doha, even at Bergenstock, we have been represented at that level. So we have been represented there, but we also agree on some parts of it and don't agree necessarily on all of it. So I think there was a very open discussion on this. Now, what will be the next steps? Who exactly will come? Will the Russians come in, not come in? That's really not an issue for us to take a call. I mean, that's an issue which presumably the government of Ukraine is dealing with. Siddhant, regarding...
All right, Dr. Jaishankar, they're giving a briefing after the bilateral talks took place between India and Ukraine, a historic visit by Prime Minister Narendra Modi there to Kiev, where he met with President Zelensky. The Prime Minister, as Dr. Jaishankar said during the conversations, reflected views of the global south and discussed his conversations with Vladimir Putin as well and asked for the ground situation. Zelensky replied at length, and the Global Peace Summit is something India has suggested is the summit process should be taken forward, and Ukraine does want India's continued involvement. We'll slip into a short break and return with more. Stay with us.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
Welcome back. News now from Uttar Pradesh. In UP's Badaयूं, a car occupants, including women and children, were attacked and terrorized by goons following a minor road rage incident. There you can see those visuals. In this video footage, which took place on the 19th of August, a man can be seen attacking the windshield, vandalizing the car using an iron rod, and inside the car you can hear children screaming, children crying and screaming from inside the car.
चलो 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 निकल जाए भाई।
पापा रिंकू चाचा आ हमारे सामने। रिंकू चाचा आ गए। Let's just listen to what the cops had to say, where this was a case of one car overtaking the other.
कहाँ है रिंकू चाचा?
आज दिनांक 22/8/2024 को एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ, जिसके संबंध में जांच कराने पर पता चला कि दिनांक 19/8/2024 को दो पक्ष अपने कार से जा रहे थे। आपस में ओवरटेक को लेकर फिर विवाद हुआ, जिसके बाद एक पक्ष द्वारा अपने साथियों को बुलाकर कार सवार दंपति का पीछा करके उनको रोककर उनके साथ मारपीट और अवदस्ता की गई, जिसके संबंध में थाना सिविल लाइंस पर उचित धाराओं में अभियोग पंजीकृत कर लिया गया है और सभी लोगों को चिन्हित कर आवश्यक वैधानिक कार्रवाई की जाती है।
उन्होंने हमारी गाड़ी को पीछे कर दिया, आगे अपनी गाड़ी लगा दी और तोड़फोड़ करी। उसी की वीडियो मैंने उसमें फिर वायरल की है। अब हमने इसकी तहरीर भी दी। तहरीर हमारी बड़े हल्के से वहाँ पे ली गई और उनके नेता और उनके अभिवक्ता भी वहाँ पर उसी नवादा चौकी पे पहले से बैठे मिले। हम जब पुलिस अभिरक्षा में हमने क्या करा, जब गाड़ी तोड़ी उन्होंने रोड पे, तो हमने गाड़ी बैक करके किसी गांव में डाल दी। गांव पता चला वो भगवतीपुर है, वहाँ पे हमारे साथ मारतोड़ हुई।
कौन लोग थे जिन्होंने आपके परिवार और आपके साथ मारपीट?
ये डॉक्टर बताए जा रहे हैं, सरकारी डॉक्टर है, नाम शायद उनका वैभव है, रहने वाले गुराई के हैं, रहते बताई हुए, इनकी ननहाल है दहमी में, दहमी के प्रधान जी जो है उनके ममेरे भाई हैं।
All right, so a shocking case there really, and look at the kind of violence and anger being exhibited with this man with an iron rod smashing that car, and as we said, you can hear the women and children screaming from inside. It was a matter of overtaking, it seems. Let's just take a look at these horrific visuals.
बच्चे रो रहे हैं, बच्चे रो रहे हैं, बैक करो, 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 निकाल 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 निकाल, चलो तुम आगे आगे लो, बिंदास चलो, चलो लो, चलो 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 चलो, निकल जाए भाई।
This incident took place on the 19th of August, and the police said it was after two cars were, on the same road going somewhere, and one car overtook the other. One party decided to follow the other car and first verbally harassed them, also blocked them, and then this incident in which the car was being smashed, the occupant inside taking this video, which then went viral, finally leading to some police action in the entire matter. The victim, Abhishek Sharma, said that the people had blocked his car and started vandalizing the video. He said they initially filed a complaint with the police, but it was not taken seriously. He says that the other side was present at the police station, and then it was only after the video that the police really took up the matter. The person who attacked is a doctor, is what the victim claims.
चलो 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 चलो, निकल जाए भाई।
Well, let's go across to NDTV's Tanishq for more on this story. And Tanishq, really horrifying, this video, the women and children, crying inside, the manner in which this person is just vandalizing the car, and the victim saying that perhaps he's a doctor, also saying that the police weren't taking action, and that's why he uploaded this video.
Yes, of course, very horrifying and shocking incident. Now, this happened in Budaun, as you said. Actually, the family was going to Budaun, and they had an argument. They had an argument with the people that we can see in the video, who were actually beating the car with rods. They had an argument with them over some sort of overtaking the cars. Now, at that point of time, the victim, of course, continued to drive. What happened after that is that accused, actually, all the men seen in the video were actually beating the car with the rod. They went ahead, overtook the car, stopped the car, and they were checking for any. They were checking for the person. They were checking for the person, for the victim Alok Upadhyay, whether or not he is crossing by. So when they saw him, they stopped him, and then of course we can see in the video what happened. They were actually beating the car with the video. The windscreen, of course, was broken, and the villagers, around 20 to 30 people, gathered, surrounded them. Now, according to the victim, it was the police who took them out. But victim also says that the complaint has not been filed under relevant sections. There need to be more serious charges in the FIR. Yes.
Thanks so much, Tanishq, for joining us with those details. And finally, watching Kamala Harris's acceptance speech from continents away in India was her maternal aunt, Dr. Sarla Gopalan, who Kamala fondly calls Chitti. NDTV's Sam Daniel caught up with her on her memories of Kamala, her mother Shamala, and her dad Gopalan, who had a profound impact on her.
As US Vice President Kamala Harris is on the cusp of setting history in the US by possibly becoming the first woman president there, joining us, her maternal aunt, Dr. Sarla Gopalan, whom she fondly refers as Chitti. Doctor, thank you very much for your time. Did you listen to Kamala Harris's acceptance speech today? What did you think of it?
Yes, of course I listened to her speech. Not only her speech, I followed up the DNC, the entire convention for the last 2 days. I couldn't see the first day and the second day because I was traveling. but I saw most of it on the YouTube. So I heard the past presidents, Obama, Michelle Obama, Hillary Clinton, everybody talk about her, and I was feeling very proud to listen to all the good things they said about my daughter.
Kamala referred to your sister, her mother, at least thrice, calling her as a trailblazer, and that she taught her never to complain. Tell her about her mom, your sister.
My sister's always been like that, right from the time we all grew up together till she went to US. But even after she went to US, she came to us always, and she was always there. And she was a person who could never see anything going wrong, anybody being affected. She would stand up and fight for everything. She was a kind, and that's what she taught her children as well. They must learn to find out what is wrong and put it right instead of just complaining.
And your sister Shyamala left India to the US when she was just 19.
Yeah, she was just 19. She left in 1958. She was not even 20 because she was going to be 20 in December, but she left before that. She was just 19. Right. She had got that Fulbright scholarship from the US government. And in fact, I must say that she'd applied for these scholarships not with the help of my parents or anything. Right. She was studying in Delhi in Lady Irwin College. She was doing her graduation in home science in Lady Irwin College in Delhi. And while she was in college, she contacted the American Embassy and applied for the scholarship. And she informed my parents only after she got the scholarship that she wanted to go. And even though we belonged to a very South Indian conservative family, my father was a very, person who would think about future and everything, right. And he was very particular, and he wanted us all to get educated and extra. And when he saw such an opportunity come to her, even though she was only 18, he allowed her to go.
Right. And what memories of Harris you have?
I have very nice memories of Don. The first time I met him was when they came to Zambia, and we spent maybe a couple of weeks together. And later on, when I was in England, he happened to come to Cambridge because one of his friends was there, and again I saw him. After that, I haven't seen him. But I think that was way back in, late 60s or early 70s. After that, I haven't met him. But as far as I know, whatever memories I have of him are nice memories.
Over the last several decades, ma'am, you've been with Kamala at every stage of her milestone, be it her graduation, be it her becoming the DA in California?
No, I was not with her for any of the graduations for the children, both Kamala and Maya. But my younger sister, Mahalakshmi, who is in Canada at present, she and her husband always participated in all the events in my sister's life, so all the graduations of the children, everything they went. I only met her after she became a DA. I went to the DA office and saw her, but I didn't see her being sworn in as a DA or anything. But I do visited her. The only time I saw her becoming as a senator when I went to Washington to see her being sworn in as a senator.
Right. Any special memories you can share with Kamala, which you fondly recollect often?
I can't collect any, but she's such a nice person. I don't know what, not because she's my niece. Right. She was a nice child and always thoughtful, kind. And I can remember at one instance, she came to Chandigarh to visit and she was going back and she had a watch in her hand and I said, Kamala, that's a nice watch. And the next thing that happened, she took out the watch and gave it to me. It had a gold strap and everything. She just gave it to me and she said, just keep it, Chitti. You like it, you keep it. That's the kind of person she is. She will not let anyone say they don't have it or don't know it.
During her inauguration as Vice President, she specifically mentioned you as Chitti.
Yeah, she mentioned both of us, me and my younger sister, as the two Chittis, in fact. So because they've never called us aunt, they've always called us Chitti by the South Indian tradition. So she did mention about the two Chittis and my brother, uncle, kind of a thing.
And when did you last visit her? When did you last speak to her?
I visited her last in the summer of 2022 after she became the vice president. I stayed with her in the vice president's house for 4 or 5 days, and that was a very pleasant thing. I visited her office. She was even kind enough to take me to the president's office and show me the Oval Office, so I was very happy to see all the places. And then I spoke to her this year, before actually the president announced that he's going to step down and hand over to Kamala. But I did talk to her. After that, I haven't talked to her. I just called her up and left a message that I wished her all the best because she was traveling and I didn't want to disturb her.
And you attended her wedding?
Yeah, I of course. We were definitely I attended, and my younger sister and brother-in-law also attended.
Kamala in the past has specifically recollected about your dad, her grandfather, Mr. Gopalan. Tell us about that, about him.
My father was in government service for a long time. Very dedicated, honest guy, and after he retired, I think Kamala met him first when he was working in Zambia. He was an advisor to the president of Zambia, President Kenneth Kaunda. So at that time, Kamala had come, but she was a young child at that time. But as they were growing up, my sister used to bring both the children to India. And on such occasions, my father would go to the Besant Nagar beach for a walk in the morning, and she used to probably accompany. I don't know exactly what used to transpire with them, but what Kamala says is she used to have interesting conversations with her grandfather, because I was in Chandigarh or this thing, but she did spend quite a bit of time, and they both got on very well, my father and her.
It's had a profound impact on her.
Yeah, that's right. They got on very well, and they were just fond of each other, kind of. Of course, she being the first grandchild, my father was very fond of her, but she was also very fond of him.
Right. When Prime Minister Modi visited the US and met Kamala Harris, he gave her a special gift which is so close to you as well as to Kamala.
That's right. Something was very touching. Right. Because he had, from the Gazette, he had taken out my father's postings in the government of India as a joint secretary, and when he was sent on secondment to foreign service to Zambia and his retirement, and he had highlighted those from the Gazette and framed it very nicely and given in a beautiful frame as a gift to Kamala. And Kamala just treasures it because it's her grandfather.
If your sister is watching, Shyamala is watching the developments now in the US, the possibility of Kamala becoming the first woman president of the country, what would she think? What would she say?
I don't know. She'll cry out of happiness. I think that's what she will do. Because that's the type she is. She will at least she would feel that what she wanted to give her children, she is given.
Right. Would you be visiting White House if Kamala becomes the president?
I hope to. Provided my health permits, I would definitely go.
Does Kamala speak Tamil? What is her favorite Tamil cuisine?
No, she doesn't speak Tamil. She only knows couple of words in Tamil. But she knows most of the, any of the cuisine. She knows Vetakorambu, Rasam and all those things. She knows all the things because she loves South Indian food. And believe it or not, whenever my younger sister used to visit her even in Washington quite often, or Los Angeles, and whenever my sister visits, Kamala would insist that she cooks meal and puts it in the freezer. She's very fond of a few things, and my younger sister is a very good cook. And she would prepare everything. And not only Kamala, even Kamala's husband, Kamala's children, all of them live. So Chini would prepare a whole lot of things and put it in the refrigerator and come, She spent whole time going to the Indian restaurants, collecting stuff, and leave it for Kamala, because Kamala is fond of Indian food. And so is Doug. Doug also likes a few items in South Indian food.
The Thulasendram village in Tamil Nadu, that's keeping a close watch on these developments. They are excited. They're praying that Kamala would become the first woman president. The ancestral village of your dad.
Yeah. I'm surprised to see all those developments, because from the family, Kamala has gone to the temple. Kamala and Maya, when they were young children, My mother was a little this thing, so she had taken them to the thing. So they remember. I don't know how much they remember. I know Maya remembers. I don't know how much Kamala remembers, but Maya remembers a lot because the last time the younger girl Maya visited, she wanted me to take her to the temple. So she does. They do have some memories of the Tulsindrapuram temple, but they are all excited mainly because I think the only frequent visitor to the temple is me. I try to go as many times as I can. And I usually make sure that every year the prayers are said in the round time for all the family and everything. My brother has come with me a couple of times, but from our family, mostly it's me and used to visit her, go to the temple. So I was myself surprised when I went after she became the vice president. I went to the temple and I was surprised to see all those posters and everything. But anyway, whatever it is, they are doing something. I think this time also it is not that we didn't ask them to do it. Right. They are doing it on their own. Right.
Kamala was born in the US to an Indian mother. Is India special for her? She is practically an American. Is India still special for her?
Yeah, very special to her. It is special to her because she cherishes a few things in India. Right. I mean, I can tell you that I believe I've traveled quite a bit, and I believe that every country has got a positive point and a few points. And if you look at the positive points, you cherish it. When I lived in England, I enjoyed quite a lot of the British traditions or anything, not because I would become British or anything, but I still liked it, I thought of their way of doing things and being personal. So Kamala cherishes some of the memories in India,
Be it your sister or be it Kamala Harris now, what is the American element that has enabled them to take wings and fly, reach greater heights, which may not be possible in India for many?
That's right. If she had been in India, it may not have been possible. And there she had the opportunities, and my sister made sure she got all the opportunities.
Right. Doctor, thank you very much for your time, and we hope that very soon we'll get an invitation from the White House to visit.
I'm not sure about that, but whatever it is, I only wish her all the best. Right. For us, it's always our blessings, and we wish her all the best.
Thank you so much, Doctor. That was Dr. Sarala Gopalan, Kamala Harris's maternal aunt, who she fondly calls Chitti, talking to us. In Chennai, with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find It TV.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Stay with us for all the news you need to know. We'll get you all the details on the Prime Minister's visit to Kiev. Also, an important discussion on alimony. More on that later. Let's take a look at the headlines. Prime Minister Modi meets Ukraine's President Zelensky in Kiev. The first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Ukraine. The Prime Minister reiterates that this is no era for war stance. The External Affairs Minister speaks on what was discussed between the two leaders. Jaishankar says need to work on lasting solution for peace, multiple ways to resolve Russia-Ukraine crisis, and India is fully committed to ending the war. The latest developments in the Kolkata rape and murder horror involving the junior doctor. The accused, Sanjay Roy, a civil volunteer at the hospital, has finally agreed to a lie detector test. The accused has been sent to 14 days judicial custody. But even as India is outraged by the Kolkata horror, crimes against women continue. There have been 4 incidents in the last 24 hours. In Kolhapur, a minor girl was raped and murdered. The uncle is accused. In Pune, a school van driver has been booked under POCSO. In Assam, a minor was allegedly gang raped. 1 suspect arrested, while in Delhi, a minor raped accused home was set ablaze. Commerce Minister exclusive Piyush Goel explains his statement on e-commerce and Kirana stores. He says India deserves to protect small retail stores. His comment was seen as against e-commerce. He says, I am against the misuse of laws.
Efficiency will go up, but our Kirana store.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. Let's now go across to Kiev. The Prime Minister is on his key visit there. Let's listen in.
और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता का सम्मान हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है. हम उसका समर्थन करते हैं. कुछ समय पहले समरकंद में जब राष्ट्रपति पुतिन से मिला तब मीडिया के सामने आंख से आंख मिला करके मैंने उनको कहा था कि ये युद्ध का समय नहीं है. मैं पिछले दिनों रशिया के मुलाकात के लिए गया था. वहां भी मैंने साफ शब्दों में अपनी बात कही है कि किसी भी समस्या का समाधान रणभूमि में कभी भी नहीं होता है. समाधान का रास्ता बातचीत से ही निकलता है, डायलॉग से निकलता है, डिप्लोमेसी से निकलता है. और हमने बिना समय गंवाए उस दिशा में आगे बढ़ना चाहिए. दोनों पक्षों को साथ बैठ करके इस संकट की घड़ी से बाहर निकलने के रास्ते तलाशने होंगे. एक्सेलेंसी, आज हम जब रूबरू मिल रहे हैं तब मैं यूक्रेन की धरती पर और आप जब मैं बच्चों की शहादत को उस जगह को देखकर आया और मेरा मन भरा हुआ है, तब मैं आज आपसे शांति की ओर आगे बढ़ने के मार्ग पर विशेष रूप से चर्चा करना चाहूंगा. एक्सेलेंसी, मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि शांति के हर प्रयास में भारत अपनी सक्रिय भूमिका निभाने के लिए तैयार है. व्यक्तिगत रूप से मैं भी अगर इसमें कोई योगदान कर सकता हूं तो मैं जरूर करना चाहूंगा. एक मित्र के रूप में मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूँ। एक्सेलेंसी, मैं आज जब आया हूँ और नेशनल डे है, मैं चाहूँगा कि हम सब जल्दी से जल्दी शांति के सूरज को उगता हुआ देखें। मेरी तरफ से शांति के हर प्रयास में सक्रिय योगदान की भूमिका के साथ आपके स्वागत सत्कार के लिए मैं हृदय से आपका बहुत बहुत
Prime Minister Modi there speaking after the bilateral talks that were held in Ukraine between India and Ukraine and along with President Zelensky, again reiterating India's call for peace, India's willingness to play peacemaker in the region. Remember, India is in this unique position with friendly ties with both Russia and Ukraine. The Prime Minister spoke about visiting he said that he visited a memorial for children who have died in this war and an exhibition to honor their children, and he said about how shaken he was and the kind of horrors that war brings, and once again reiterating that this is a time for peace and that India is ready to assist in any dialogue. He said there needs to be dialogue and diplomacy to resolve this conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Now, the other big focus on the show, Karnataka High Court has recently wrapped a woman for her appeal for alimony of over rupees 6 lakhs per month. Justice Lalita Kaneganti refused to entertain the request, saying if she wants to spend, let her earn. Now, according to the petitioner, this amount was needed to fulfill basic needs such as bangles, chains, sandals, watches, etc. And part of the alimony demand, reports also said, included 4 to 5 lakh for medical bill, which included treatment for physiotherapy and knee pain that was attributed to the to the ex-husband. Now, and his negligence. The court, however, was unimpressed, and the judge said that she has no responsibility for any other family member or children. Questioning, does anyone spend this much in a month? The court, however, did not dismiss the demand for alimony and called on the woman to present a more reasonable account of expenses and not exploit the process of the law. And as you can imagine, this has led to a lot of reactions as well. First, let's listen in to what the judge said.
The petitioner wife shall file the actual required expenses. If they are the actual expenses filed, then the court will consider the same on the next date of hearing. Next para. Learned counsel appearing for the husband submits that an amount of rupees 63 lakhs is in circulation.
In the shares, ma'am.
As she is,
as per their bank statements.
As she is doing the share business, which is denied by the learned counsel appearing for the wife. The husband shall file all the documents on with an affidavit and serve the same on the counsel appearing for the wife, and the wife shall file an affidavit along with, in the said affidavit, she also disclose her expenses also.
My lord,
on that, orders will be passed.
All right, so that is, what the judge said on this exorbitant demand. And as you can imagine, this video went viral, lots of comments. But to talk more about this issue of alimony and, where the law stands in India, we're joined by Abha Singh, advocate in the Bombay High Court, and also Dr. Ranjana Kumari, women activist and chairperson, Women Park Connect. Thank you both for joining us. And Abha Singh, your comments first on this video that has gone viral with many, especially men commenting on what was viewed as very unreasonable demands, and what the judge said. The judge didn't throw it out and said, come back to me with something more reasonable.
There is a court order in Rajneesh versus Neha, which this learned judge also addressed to, and in most of the family court cases that we handle, Rajneesh versus Neha very clearly says that both the parties, be it the husband or the wife, they have to give their assets and liabilities statement. And on that basis, the court decides, and usually it is seen that Supreme Court has given 25% of the husband's earning to the wife or the children for as maintenance, because this is clearly prescribed in section 24 of the Hindu Marriage Act, which clearly says that if the divorce proceedings are on, so maintenance, pendant, light and expense of the proceedings. So that is what the section says, that if the divorce proceedings are on and the wife or anyone, it doesn't say wife, it says either of the party, if they do not have sufficient resources to maintain themselves and pay their legal fees, then the other party is supposed to give them maintenance. And under this section of 24 of the Hindu Marriage Act, these people had come to the court and asking for 6 lakhs. In fact, there have been times where family courts have given interim maintenance of 3 lakhs, 2 lakhs. This is usually done because there are other court orders which say as per the lifestyle which the wife is used to. Because if you see the case, the wife's lawyer was saying that he is using brands and this, that. But yes, the judge was also right in her place to say that you come with a realistic amount, because the children's fees and expenses is already being taken care by the husband, and 6 lakhs is on the higher side. Nonetheless, if the wife can justify that the husband's earnings are, say, 20 lakhs, 30 lakhs a month, and she is not earning, because there have been cases where if the wife's earning is more than the husband, recently Bombay High Court ordered that the wife should pay 30,000 maintenance to the husband as long as the proceedings are going on. So the crux is, as per Rajneesh versus Neha, they both should present their assets and liabilities means your expenses and outgoings. And on that basis, and that is why the learned judge did not reject the case and said you come with more realistic figures, and 6 lakhs is on the higher side, and which is so because the husband is already taking care of the child expenses, etc.
That's right. And, you know, the 5 lakhs required for physiotherapy, 4 to 5 lakhs. But at the same time, Abba Singh, you're saying that if the husband's earning 30 lakhs, if there was a certain lifestyle, it wouldn't be unreasonable if they could justify it. Dr. Ranjana Kumari, now this is obviously this one-off case, and it's become a talking point, especially since the comments by the judge saying that if, you want so much, why don't you earn it yourself? And also asking if this is reasonable for a single person. But let's face it that more often than not, women find it a huge struggle to even get that basic alimony.
Yes, I mean, always it is, and especially if women is asking for a divorce, then certainly she is on the wrong side. She must have done something which is not acceptable in the family to husband. So all the blame goes on the woman. At the same time, her expenses, there was a judgment, as Abha was quoting, where they said that decent expense. Now, decent expense has to be decided. Earlier, do you know what was the alimony earlier under the Hindu Marriage Act? It was 500 rupees. And then, of course, it was increased to 2,500. This lady has already got 50,000 from the lower court as maintenance. But if, whole life she has been with the husband, she is not making any money, she's not going to go for any job, and she used to a particular kind of life, then that needs to be assessed by the court. And they cannot just and also at some point of time I've been also sent all these tweets and trolls. I think they are all very happy, mostly men are very happy that, oh look, these women are asking for unreasonable 6 lakhs. You never know, maybe her knees have to be replaced, maybe she needs a bigger treatment, maybe she has women work back-breaking work in the house to maintain husband, children, household. And if they fall sick, then they need to be taken care of, unless, of course, she has insured herself. So I think it's really, I feel that a little bit overstatement has come. Honorable Judge has to see what was her expenses and how much the income the man is making. So this is only interim arrangement. Otherwise, what normally should happen is they split the property in half and half. She's a duly married, legally married woman, and she deserves half of his property. That's what should be. Globally, that has been an acceptable arrangement. That, and then let her live on that, because if you keep women at home, don't allow them to do any work, or they're not building any capability to look after themselves and children, then what do you expect at the time of divorce? So I think it's really little bit, we have to think through. And 6 lakhs, of course, looks very big. But there are people, if you open all kinds of branded clothes shops and malls and all that, and women are getting used to all that as much as men.
Especially
In
if she
any
was
case,
used
there's
to it
been
during the course of her, her marriage,
Yeah.
and if the husband can afford it. We're also joined by Mrunalini Deshmukh, senior matrimonial lawyer, ma'am, and your comments on this. And yes, Dr. Anjana Kumari, what you said about the judge's remarks, which became very catchy, is wants to spend, let her earn. But was this lady earning all this while? Was she stay at home? It's not easy. I mean, all of us are working women, but we know that for those who haven't worked, it's not easy to suddenly get into that workforce. But yes, Mrunalini Deshmukh, your comments on this particular case.
Good evening. Thank you for having me over. I think it's a very interesting and a very debatable issue which has come up. These are the remarks of the court in the course of the arguments probably that were going on for the maintenance part of it. I think we should not only go by the observations or the quotes of the judge, because it may have been said in a particular context. Now, I do these cases practically every day. So I know there are certain judges who make certain comments, and the judgment also does not necessarily reflect all the comments that have been made by the judges during the course of the argument. It is a reaction that the courts have to give, because somebody says I want 7 lakhs and the courts are and the judges are going to think that, listen, I don't even get more than 1 lakh per month as my salary, and why does this woman want 7 lakhs? So this is a mindset, sometimes it's there, or it comes from a position that whether every woman should be claiming and show that sense of entitlement. When you decide cases of maintenance, alimony, etc., especially, I think what the courts do and need to do as a lawyer, having practiced in this over 2 decades, I would say, is to remove the wheat from the chaff. Because I believe that not every woman who comes is a destitute, who's asking for alimony, and not every man who comes is a perpetrator denying, and vice versa also. So in genuine cases, we do need to give a very sympathetic approach towards the woman, because she needs to stabilize herself, she needs to stand on her feet, and lastly and more importantly, it's like a start of a new life. What the courts probably meant was that today, question, okay, this is not my remark, otherwise I may be misquoted. Question: are the women misusing the laws? Are the women demanding and using the legal process to have kind of a legal extortion, not in maintenance, but sometimes by filing false criminal cases, etc.? Are we going towards a society where maybe 5% or 10% of the women are misusing the provisions of law, and the 80% who are genuine cases are suffering? So these are all the questions which are socio-legal questions that the courts and all of us here need to understand. So it is not appropriate to say that, okay, you must think in favor of the woman, or you should. It's not correct to say that, okay, the man has to pay. It doesn't work this way. It has to be done in a manner which is appropriate and looking into the circumstances. What I feel as a lawyer, because I appear both for women and for men, so I may be able to give you a little, how do I say, a little balanced view, is genuine cases the courts do consider. But today, some of the courts, and especially the trial courts, I would say, because they have all the facts, circumstances, they are fact-finding courts, they all know that in these cases, sometimes there is misuse of law. So this could be one of the cases. This is not the law of the land. At the same time, the tenets of jurisprudence for maintenance is the income of the husband, the income of the wife, the lifestyle led by them as husband and wife, the number of years invested in the marriage, the dependence, if any, and so on and so forth. So it is not one single factor that the courts take. One last thing. The Supreme Court of India in the year 2020, October, headed by Justice Indu Malhotra, has laid down the parameters as to what are the disclosures of the income to be done in a famous case of Neha versus Rajneesh. Now, that has become the guidelines for all the maintenance cases, whether it's 125 CRPC, domestic violence, Section 24 Hindu Marriage Act, etc., etc. Both the parties are supposed to disclose their income, their bank statements, their ITRs, and other related financial documents if there is any issue of maintenance. This is bringing about transparency. This is bringing about some amount of transparency as far as the facts of the case of the funds are concerned. So I think we should not be passing judgments over why the judge said such a thing. But we must also be aware that the fact that a lady judge has made such a statement in the open court, that means there has to be something very major for her, with the facts which came before her, for her to make such an observation, that too against a lady who was a claimant of maintenance under the Hindu Maintenance Act.
Right, let me just get a quick comment. I'm out of time, but Abha Singh, your comment on this, and yes, this video has been eye-catching, and the judges' comments, as you said, have been very something that have been remarked upon. But yes, Abha Singh, your final comments on this.
When we talk of equality and equal protection of laws, on one hand, when we are talking of equality, transparency is a must. But since the laws are very clear that the wife, if she is unable to maintain herself, then maintenance should be given to her. And this was but yes, if it is on the higher side and she cannot prove it, if 5 lakh are the expenses, but if it is a one-time expenditure, then the judge is not going to give her for every month. So that she will calculate, and accordingly, that is why assets and liabilities, your 3 years income tax returns are now seen by the courts, because there has been a misuse of law to some extent, but still that fact cannot be taken to deny women their right to maintenance, and if they are not working.
Right,
but if they are working,
absolutely, and we know more often than not, it's a big struggle. In the cities it's different, and in other parts of India it's different. So yes, while this particular case has been eye-catching because of the what is viewed as exorbitant amounts and the comments by the judge, but yes, this is a very a delicate issue as well, and an important issue. Thank you so much, Abha Singh and Mrunalini Deshmukh, for joining us on the program. And finally, watching Kamala Harris's acceptance speech from continents away in India was her maternal aunt, Dr. Sarla Gopalan, who Kamala fondly calls Chitti. NDTV Sam Daniels spoke to her.
As US Vice President Kamala Harris is on the cusp of setting history in the US by possibly becoming the first woman president there, joining us her maternal aunt, Dr. Sarla Gopalan, whom she fondly refers as Chitti. Doctor, thank you very much for your time. Did you listen to Kamala Harris's acceptance speech today? What did you think of it?
Yes, of course I listened to her speech. Not only her speech, I followed up the DNC, the entire convention for the last 2 days. I couldn't see the first day and the second day because I was traveling, but I saw most of it on the YouTube. So I heard the past presidents, Obama, Michelle Obama, Hillary Clinton, everybody talk about her, and I was feeling very proud to listen to all the good things they said about my daughter.
Right. Kamala referred to your sister, her mother, at least thrice, calling her as a trailblazer, and that she taught her never to complain. Tell her about her mom, your sister.
My sister's always been like that, right from the time we all grew up together till she went to US. But even after she went to US, she came to us always, and she was always there. And she was a person who could never see anything going wrong, anybody being affected. She would stand up and fight for everything. She was a kind, and that's what she taught her children as well. They must learn to find out what is wrong and put it right instead of just complaining.
And your sister Shyamala left India to the US when she was just 19.
Yeah, she was just 19. She left in 1958. She was not even 20 because she was going to be 20 in December, but she left before that. She was just 19. Right. She had got that Fulbright scholarship from the US government. And in fact, I must say that she'd applied for these scholarships not with the help of my parents or anything. Right. She was studying in Delhi in Lady Irwin College. She was doing her graduation in home science in Lady Irwin College in Delhi. And while she was in college, she contacted the American Embassy and applied for the scholarship. And she informed my parents only after she got the scholarship that she wanted to go. And even though we belonged to a very South Indian conservative family, my father was a very person who would think about future and everything, and he was very particular, and he wanted us all to get educated and extra. And when he saw such an opportunity come to her, even though she was only 18, he allowed her to go. you know.
And what memories of Harris you have?
I have very nice memories of Don. The first time I met him was when they came to Zambia, and we spent a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of weeks together. And later on, when I was in England, he happened to come to Cambridge because one of his friends was there, and again I saw him. After that, I haven't seen him, but I've seen. I think that was way back in late 60s or early 70s. After that, I haven't met him, but as far as I know, whatever memories I have of him are nice memories.
Over the last several decades, ma'am, you've been with Kamala at every stage of her milestone, be it her graduation, be it her becoming the DA in California.
No, I was not with her for any of the graduations for the children, both Kamala and Maya. But my younger sister, Mahalakshmi, who is in Canada at present, she and her husband always participated in all the events in my sister's life, so all the graduations of the children, everything they went. I only met her after she became a DA. I went to the DA office and saw her, but I didn't see her being sworn in as a DA.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran.
He is in Ukraine, making him one of the few world leaders to be in Russia and Ukraine since the conflict started in February 2022. PM Modi makes a pitch for peace, reiterates it's not a time of war. Will India be able to achieve the possible breakthrough in talks? Kamala Harris officially becomes the Democrat nominee for the presidential elections, will take on Donald Trump on 5th of November. In a 40-minute speech, Kamala invokes her mother and her Indian roots, vows a new way forward. This brings down curtains on the star-studded Democrat National Convention. Amidst unprecedented rains in Tripura and parts of Bangladesh, Dhaka accuses New Delhi of deliberately releasing water from the Dumpur Dam. External Affairs Ministry rejects this claim, saying repeated and regular communication was maintained by India. India on high alert as Thailand reports first case of the latest mutant of the highly contagious Mpox virus. This comes after roughly 14,000 cases of Mpox have been reported around the world, even as questions remain whether lessons have been learned on how to deal with a global epidemic. An Indian bus with 40 passengers plunged into Nepal's Marsyangdi River in Tanahun district. As per local police, 14 people have died so far. The bus was travelling from Pokhara to Kathmandu. Relief and rescue operations underway. Few nations can claim to share a good rapport with two warring sides as India can. 6 weeks after Prime Minister Modi met Russian President Vladimir Putin, he has met the Ukrainian President today, Volodymyr Zelensky. Officially, the agenda on the table was not shared in advance, but the hope and expectation was that a possible breakthrough for a settlement could be achieved. New Delhi, with its diplomatic heft, economic might and an independent foreign policy, is probably best placed to start that process. Of course, a lot needs to be done to get any negotiations going for a possible settlement, but the fact that the process needs to start itself is a very important aspect. First, listen in to what Prime Minister Modi said today in Ukraine after he met the Ukrainian president, and then we talk more on this big story.
भारत हमेशा फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर के रूप में सामने आता है। साथियों, भारत बुद्ध की विरासत वाली धरती है। और जब बुद्ध की बात आती है तो जो युद्ध नहीं, शांति पर विश्वास करती है। और इसलिए भारत इस रीजन में भी स्थायी शांति का एक बड़ा पैरोकार है। भारत का मत एकदम साफ है, ये युद्ध का युग नहीं है।
All right. right, the two visits of the Prime Minister to Russia and Ukraine were 6 weeks apart, but there was a lot of optics and which were completely different between these two visits. During his Moscow visit, Prime Minister Modi paid respects at the tomb of the unknown soldier, but did not visit any memorial for Russian soldiers who lost their lives during this 2.5-year-long conflict. But today, Prime Minister Modi visited the exposition on children at the National Museum of History of Ukraine in Kiev. It was set up in memory of the children who had lost their lives in the conflict. This symbolism is testimony to India's position, which is that it wants this war that has been going on for 2.5 years to end. And India wants that both sides should come together, come on the negotiating table and finalize a settlement to end human misery, to end this conflict's biggest casualties, which are the civilians. Listen in to what External Affairs Minister Jaishankar had to say about this important visit.
There have been a number of public positions taken by India and by the Prime Minister on this subject. A little more than 2 years ago, he had actually publicly said that this is not an era of war. He had also underlined that dialogue and diplomacy are the key. Most recently, he emphasized that the solution will not come out of the battlefield. And obviously, we find the civilian and humanitarian toll of this conflict particularly distressing. It's also India's view that the two sides need to engage each other to find a solution.
Now, prior to the Kursk region incursion by Ukraine, it seemed that Russia was open to a possible settlement to the long-drawn conflict. But that window may have possibly shrunk now. But like any other global conflict, the Russia-Ukraine conflict could also be settled if all stakeholders agree on a consensus. Now, there's UK, US, Germany, France, Russia, Ukraine, which are essentially the main stakeholders for this conflict. And for any negotiation to succeed, besides national security concerns, they all would need to create some good optics for their domestic audiences. Remember, there's also politics involved. And what India can do is start that process. As the largest oil importer of Russian oil, India has enough and more leverage over Moscow. And as a key voice of the global south, it can actually bring Ukraine on the table. That's the role that India can play. Now, specifically in terms of the optics for each of these stakeholders, for US, any settlement will allow Joe Biden to claim victory. So important since the domestic election cycle essentially talks a lot about Putin. It features very prominently the Russian president. For UK, France and Germany, it will mean end of a war that has forced the continent, the entire European continent, to ramp up its defense spends to 19% of their GDP from sub 5%. Look at the expenses they've all incurred. And for Putin, if he manages to retain the Donbass region, that's a huge win. As far as Zelensky is concerned, the Kursk region invasion is essentially his leverage to ensure that Ukraine gets back some of its territory that it has lost in this entire 2.5-year conflict. For India, its role as a facilitator will be its biggest win, cementing its position and role as a leader of the global south, integral to the new world order, where New Delhi does not need to have a P5 membership to be on the high-stakes table. The end of the conflict will allow closer collaboration in setting up joint ventures in defense manufacturing between India and Ukraine. They could work on tank engines, fighter jets manufacturing, as some of the other specific areas. All right, shifting focus to the first wide-angle story on the show. Kamala Harris, who's half Indian on her mother's side, has been officially announced as the Democrat presidential candidate to take on Donald Trump in an election that may go down to the wire. First up, listen in to what Kamala Harris had to say in her speech as she officially accepted the Democrat nomination.
Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists, the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes, but America, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man. We are not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools. America, we are not going back.
Now, Kamala Harris is riding high on the renewed energy and positivity that the Democrat campaign has had ever since Joe Biden exited the race. But this will give way to some hard questions that Harris and her campaign needs to find answers to. For one, Harris came into the race much after the primaries endorsed Joe Biden, indicated that she is a selected and not really an elected candidate, and some voters may perceive her as a parachute candidate. Secondly, Harris's campaign has been low on specifics, economic policy for one, and has pretty much been an extension of Joe Biden's agenda. What this means? Well, it exposes her to all the critique of Joe Biden's policies. And lastly, what's really her plan to woo the undecided voters or the fence-sitters? As per the latest CBS YouGov poll that you will see on your screens, 7% of Harris voters say that they might consider Trump. Likewise, 8% of Trump voters say they may do so for the Democrat candidate, which is now Kamala Harris. And in total, 7% of all likely voters are persuadable. That means they could shift their stance. And this is enough, since only a small fraction of many undecided voters who are younger, possibly first-timers, can actually swing the presidential election. The previous two elections, one in which Trump won and one in which he lost, both were decided by less than 5 percentage points, and it was these fence-sitters who really decided. Interestingly, 1 in 8 voters are unsure of their votes. This is a voter segment that's more diverse, open to political positions on the basis of the policies of each of the candidates, and need answers to the classic question, which is, what's in it for me? And they may not have voted also in the previous elections. And this is that voter base that Harris needs to now address with specific policy agenda. And the poll also says that most know what Trump stands for, but they do not know what Harris's positions are. So her task is now cut out for her to now really convert this entire momentum into a victory. She needs to find answers to those specific questions. Shifting focus now to the second wide-angle story of this episode, which is the rise of monkeypox or Mpox cases. Thailand becomes the first country in Asia to report the latest mutant of the Mpox variant, and this variant is more deadly, it is more contagious. Elaborate measures are now being put in place even in India to ensure that the spread is contained, it does not spread at all. And anticipatory measures are being taken. A 14-bed isolation ward has been created in Mumbai's Seven Hills Hospital. But despite the global Mpox outbreak 2 years ago, which affected over 1 lakh people in 116 countries, the larger question is that regulation of animal markets is still not being done. Remember, it's Mpox. It's come from the same animal market and the same area, which remains a concern. In fact, zoonotic diseases is one of the focus areas of WHO in its global health plan, which has fallen flat due to zero consensus amongst rich and poor countries. How bad is it? Well, take a look at this report to tell you just how much is politics hampering a global health treaty that may prevent such outbreaks or at least minimize the impact on the entire humanity. Four years after the WHO declared COVID-19 as a pandemic, the world is hoping that the same mistakes will not be repeated. In March 2024, 194 countries met to finalize a global treaty. The treaty aims to enhance global cooperation, data sharing, and better response measures to any future global outbreaks. Elaborate pandemic prevention measures include surveillance for emerging pathogens, access to better sanitation, infection control, and better regulation of animal markets. But despite 9 rounds of negotiations, a consensus on a global treaty remains elusive due to geopolitical tensions and differing national interests. Talks have been slow due to disagreements over intellectual property rights of pharma companies and resource allocation since COVID saw rich countries prioritize their own citizens. Unlike last time around, the what needs to be done has now been clearly defined. But exactly like last time, how do we do it together has only rejoined us. The monkeypox outbreak shows that what's needed is an overhaul of the world's health architecture. But as things stand right now, it's each country for itself. All right, we're slipping into a very short break. We come back on the other side of India, Sans, with the latest in the India-Bangladesh ties. Stay with us.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, One World Hygiene.
Welcome back. You're watching India Sense with me, Gauri Trivedi. Now, shifting focus to Bangladesh, ever since Sheikh Hasina fled Dhaka, India and Bangladesh relationship has undergone change. One where routine issues like annual rainfall and subsequent flooding of areas evokes deep mistrust and suspicion. Parts of Tripura and Bangladesh witnessed heavy rainfall, and some in Bangladesh, in fact, even attacked India for acting in haste. Now, in this backdrop, let's get in Mahfouz Alam, editor of Daily Star, as a top voice on the show to speak about the political realities of Bangladesh and how India-Bangladesh relationship has undergone a sea change. Mahfouz Alam, thank you so much for speaking to me on NDTV. My first question to you is, as things stand now, there's been a couple of weeks since the turmoil came in Bangladesh. Is it now limping towards normalcy?
Well, it's a very tall order, honestly speaking, because, when you have a very powerful government over a long period of time and it suddenly collapses, there's a huge vacuum of power. Take, for example, our secretariat, which is the central secretariat, very, very powerful governance institution. Now, over the last 15 years, there have been many partisan appointments, and 11 secretary level people have been on contract after they retired. So those 11 people have been removed, and many of the secretary level or very high level bureaucrats who have been known to be patronized by the Awami League government are not now coming to office or in hiding. So how do you replace these people at that level? So there is, if you like, a big Himalayan task in front of the interim government to get the government going. And then there is now a new trend where people are coming up and saying, my promotion has been held back because I was not towing the line. I've been deprived this and that, so I should be reinstated, given our seniority from back date. All these, in a way, non-issue to the government are now plaguing the governance process. So to make a long story short, they are facing a lot of challenge, but normalcy has, if you like, returned in the marketplace. Supply chain is back. Prices of things are within limit. I mean, we already were facing high inflation, but that's where we are. Nothing dramatic has happened.
But if normalcy has returned, then why are elections not being held then?
Now, this is quite a, if you like, complex issue for Bangladesh. Since 91, when autocratic government of Ershad fell, we returned to democracy. But our democracy in that sense ultimately resulted into a two-party, not system, but two-party quarrel, which became bitter and bitter and bitter. So when Awami League was in power, BNP was the worst thing in the world. When BNP was in power, Awami League was incarnation of devil. So instead of a two-party politics taking a structure, instead of two-party politics bringing in institutional democracy and all that, we went the opposite direction. And so ultimately, there is a strong voice at the moment now that reforms first, election later. Now, this is a very, if you like, a very, it's a proposition pregnant with a lot of pitfalls, lot of possibilities, but there is a strong feeling about it. For example, there is a demand from the student and from the civil society that we should have constitutional amendments that will prevent the recurrence of such a, if you like, autocratic government's revival. We should have, like in our constitution, the prime minister enjoys absolutely unparalleled power. The president really has no power, unlike in India, where there is some sort of a resemblance. And because of the dominance of Awami League, there was nothing practically called an opposition. The parliament was dysfunctional practically. So there's a lot of demand that we go back to democracy, but with amendments to the constitution, with checks and balance, that we never go back to such a, if you like, one party oppressive, stifling, a government.
Then let me ask you about the India-Bangladesh relationship. BNP wants Sheikh Hasina's extradition. There are some some suggest that India is even releasing water without giving Bangladesh any notice. How do you see now the India-Bangladesh relationship in the new interim government?
I don't see that happening because, yes, BNP may have its own agenda, but honestly speaking, Sheikh Hasina's extradition to Bangladesh or something is really not in the main agenda of either the interim government or of the students, who are now quite an influential actor in the political scene. So I don't think there will be a resurgence of demand for her extradition. And our foreign advisor, who has already publicly announced that her presence in India will in no way affect our bilateral relations. So I don't see that emerging as a vital concern for India-Bangladesh relations.
Mahfouz Hanum, that's a very important point that you are making. That's a sane remark that is coming in from Bangladesh. But I want to ask you a larger question. The power play that is at play right now between US, China, India, in Bangladesh, it is a very strategic location in the Indo-Pacific.
Actually, I mean, in India, you do have your own perspective about China and China getting more influence here and there. So I respect your perspective. But from where I sit and where the daily Bangladesh politics is unfolding, the China card is not very obvious. And it has never been that obvious. We saw them more as a development partner, a lot of funding to our projects. So many people feel that China enters into a country's political sphere through their funding of projects. So to that extent, there has been, if you like, a transformation, because theoretically, or not theoretically, historically, when BNP was in power, we were closer to China. When Awami League was in power, we were closer to India. But to Hasina's, I think, great credit, she was the first prime minister who was able to take India's relationship with India to greater heights, but also bring in China into the overall scene in Bangladesh. So Sheikh Hasina's credit is that she had China as a development partner and she had India as a development partner. While India may have not been so happy with Hasina going so close to China, or China pressurizing Hasina that why are you so close to India, whatever may have been the scene under the surface, but she managed a very delicate and a very, if you like, successful relationship. So China's presence in Bangladesh is only through projects, big projects, and India's presence has been always very prominent. Hasina was very close to it. Now, the third party, if you like, is the US.
Yes.
Now, there is a popular perception, particularly in India, I have seen that, Hasina was a big critic and publicly so of US. And then Professor Yunus is a highly respected person in the US. So the new dispensation must have a hand of the US underneath.
Okay, let's see how this relationship actually plays out. Mahfouz Hanam, thanks so much for speaking to me on India Sense. On to Tech Tracker segment of the show. 7 years after Supreme Court came out with its landmark judgment guaranteeing right to privacy as a fundamental right, the government is all set to release draft rules under the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, or the DPDP Act. The rules aim to put India's digital landscape at par with global norms. But here's a comparison with the EU, which has the most robust digital regulation framework anywhere in the world. Now, EU's rules apply to organizations processing EU residents' data anywhere in the world. They also give individuals more control over their data, including the right to restrict processing. India's rules must work towards empowering their citizens in a similar fashion. The EU rules requirement for organizations to document processing of data and grievance redressal mechanism should also be part of India's final rules. These are draft rules, of course. They are open to public suggestions. And my hope is that the final ones that come out truly lay the foundation of a digital India. All right, as we come to the end of this show, it's time for Video of the Week, which is double Olympic medalist Neeraj Chopra throwing his season best at Lausanne Diamond League. He came second, and not since September 2018 has Chopra finished fourth or lower in any international event. Sensational stuff. Take a look. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of India Sense. Thanks so much for watching.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live. Listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I am Vedanta Gavral. Coming up on the show this evening, well, the Prime Minister's crucial visit to Ukraine. What has the Prime Minister said? What is the larger diplomatic message? We'll decode all of that for you. But first up, the headlines at this hour. The Prime Minister meets Ukraine's President Zelensky in Kiev. PM Modi in Kiev amid the Russia-Ukraine war. He reiterates this is no era for war message. The External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, who accompanied the Prime Minister, talks about dialogue and diplomacy in Kiev. He says we need to work on a lasting solution for peace. In the Kolkata rape and murder horror, the main accused, Sanjay Roy, has now been sent to jail. He agrees to a lie detector test. He's been sent to a 14-day judicial custody. Now the CBI heat on RG-Kar ex-principal. This after the CBI is now all set to probe financial irregularities. There were serious corruption allegations leveled against the ex-principal. The High Court hands over the probe to CBI. Four incidents of crimes against women in just 24 hours. From Kolhapur to Delhi, well, in Kolhapur, a minor girl was raped and murdered, allegedly by her own uncle. In Pune, meanwhile, a school van driver has been booked under the POCSO for obscenity. Meanwhile, in Assam, a minor allegedly was gang raped and one suspect has been arrested. In Delhi, a minor was raped. The accused's home has been set on fire. The big e-commerce versus Kirana stores debate. Commerce Minister speaks exclusively to NDTV, explains a statement on e-commerce and Kirana stores, says India deserves to protect small retail stores. He says, I'm against the misuse of laws. With Kamala Harris now officially the Democrat nominee, NDTV speaks exclusively with her aunt in India as she accepted the Democratic nomination. Kamala's aunt says, I'm proud of her achievements, and she also is fond of Indian food, she tells NDTV. And well, our lead story on 7 p.m. this evening. Well, the Prime Minister's crucial visit to Ukraine, a historic visit indeed, because he's now the first Prime Minister to have visited Ukraine. Now, remember this amid the ongoing war. These are visuals of the Prime Minister meeting Ukraine's Zelensky. Now, remember, he reiterated his not an era of war stance, something that he said in Russia, also in Vienna, and the latest, of course, in Poland as well. The Prime Minister was accompanied by National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and also the External Affairs Minister. In a sense, a very crucial meet there. The Prime Minister met top officials as well. There you can see visuals of the meeting between President Zelensky and Prime Minister Modi. Remember, this was a 10-hour visit to Ukraine. The Prime Minister saying that there is no solution in the battlefield and there has to be a lasting peace solution as far as the conflict is concerned. Take a look.
आपने जिस गर्मजोश से मेरा और मेरे डेलीगेशन का स्वागत किया, इसके लिए मैं हृदय से आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। एक्सेलेंसी, आज का दिवस भारत और यूक्रेन के संबंधों के लिए एक बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक दिवस है, क्योंकि भारत का प्रधानमंत्री आज पहली बार यूक्रेन की धरती पर आ रहा है। यह अपने आप में एक ऐतिहासिक घटना है। कल आपका नेशनल डे है। ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण दिवस है और मैं कामना करता हूं शांति के लिए, सुख और समृद्धि के लिए।
And well, as I said, the Prime Minister was accompanied by NSA Doval and also External Affairs Minister Jaishankar, as you can see in those pictures. And Jaishankar said that the Prime Minister sought a detailed ground assessment of the conflict from President Zelensky and also looked at lasting solutions of peace amid the conflict. Listen in.
Were there any specific proposals made by us, by India, to Ukraine in terms of a possible immediate path towards ending the conflict?
Vishnu, your question, in a way, they kind of feed into each other. Look, I would put it this way. Clearly, we've been having our own thinking and discussions with many other countries. Also, because the Prime Minister was recently in Moscow, there were detailed discussions there, which we have been quite public about. So he shared, I think, many of the thoughts and the substance of these discussions. I wouldn't necessarily characterize it in the way in which you said Bloomberg had described it. But in turn, I think we heard from President Zelensky at some length what his own views were, about these issues, but what his own views were about the subject as a whole. I mean, not necessarily to anything which we may have told him, we may have heard in Moscow. So it was a very back and forth discussion. To my mind, there was certainly, I'm sure that there was information which we, obtained here, and I'm sure we also perhaps may have brought up points or flagged issues which may or may not have been people would have been cognizant of here. The way we ended was that at the end of the discussion, I think there was a sense that this is a very complex issue. I mean, yes, certainly we have this one particular format, the peace in Ukraine format. But as I said, it is the view not just of India, but certainly of India as well, that there are, there could be multiple ways of approaching this issue. There have been a number of public positions taken by India and by the Prime Minister on this subject. A little more than 2 years ago, he had actually publicly said that this is not an era of war. He had also underlined that dialogue and diplomacy are the key. Most recently, he emphasized that the solution will not come out of the battlefield. And obviously, we find the civilian and humanitarian toll of this conflict particularly distressing. It's also India's view that the two sides need to engage each other to find a solution.
So engagement and looking for lasting solutions, that's a clear message coming out of Ukraine. But looking at news back home now, where in UP's Badaयूं, women and children were attacked while they were sitting inside a car. They were terrorized by goons following a minor road rage incident. Now this video footage has emerged as well. The incident that took place a couple of days back. In fact, a man could be seen attacking the windshield of the car and vandalizing it using an iron rod in the middle of a busy road. And, you know, onlookers and passers-by just looking and not really intervening. In fact, the video also shows the kids screaming for help. Listen to what the police have had to say.
आज दिनांक 22/8/2024 को एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ जिसके संबंध में जांच करने पर पता चला कि दिनांक 19/8/2024 को दो पक्ष अपनी कार से जा रहे थे। आपस में ओवरटेक को लेकर कुछ विवाद हुआ, जिसके बाद एक पक्ष द्वारा अपने साथियों को बुलाकर कार सवार नंबर का पीछा करके उनको रोककर उनके साथ मारपीट और अमदसबात की गई, जिसके संबंध में थाना सिविल लाइंस पर उचित धाराओं में अभियोग पंजीकृत कर लिया गया है और सभी लोगों को चिन्हित कर आवश्यक वैधानिक कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
हमारी गाड़ी को पीछे कर दिया, आगे अपनी गाड़ी लगा दी और तोड़फोड़ करी। उसी की वीडियो मैंने उसमें फिर वायरल की है। अब हमने इसकी तहरीर भी दी। तहरीर हमारी बड़े हल्के से वहाँ पे ली गई और उनके नेता और उनके अभिवक्ता भी वहाँ पर उसी नवादा चौकी पे पहले से बैठे मिले। हम जब पुलिस अभिवक्ता में हमने क्या करा, जब गाड़ी तोड़ी उन्होंने रोड पे, तो हमने गाड़ी बैक करके किसी गांव में डाल दी। गांव पता चला वो भगवतीपुर है, वहाँ पे हमारे साथ मारतोड़ हुई।
कौन लोग थे जिन्होंने आपके परिवार और आपके साथ मारपीट?
ये डॉक्टर बताए जा रहे हैं, सरकारी डॉक्टर है, नाम शायद उनका वैभव है, रहने वाले गुराई के हैं, रहते बदायूं हैं। इनकी ननहाल है दहमी में, दहमी के प्रधान जी जो है उनके ममेरे भाई हैं।
And my colleague Tanishq Punjabi is now joining us live. Tanishq, this is not just a case of road rage but hooliganism and harassment, given the fact that he used an iron rod to smash the windshield and also terrorize the kids inside. The police have sure registered a case, but have they been able to trace down the accused?
Well, yes, in the car inside there were just not one or two kids, there were 6 children inside the car. A total of 10 family members was there inside the SUV, according to the victim, as the victim said in its complaint. It was Alok Upadhyay, his brother-in-law, his brother-in-law's wife, his wife, and 6 children in total who were there when this horrific incident happened. What happened actually was Alok Upadhyay with his family was going and they got involved in a road tussle, in a road rage with these goons, with this mob. So after some point of time, they overtook the car of Alok Upadhyay and then stopped him. After which they of course started vandalizing. In the video, we can clearly hear Alok Upadhyay and his brother-in-law Abhishek Sharma saying कि चिंता मत करो कुछ नहीं होगा, चिंता मत करो कुछ नहीं होगा, and they repeatedly said just keep making the video. After that, after some time, of course, according to Alok Upadhyay and Abhishek Sharma, around 20-30 people gathered, surrounded them, and after that it was police who took them out, who saved them from the whole mob over there. So of course, very shocking incident. This happened on 19th of August on the day of Rakhi. They were coming back after celebrating Rakhi, and that is when this accident happened. According to police, they have detained some people as of now. Yes.
All right, Tanishq, thanks very much for joining us with that update. So as Tanishq is reporting, the police have detained a few people. Were absolutely shocking there in UP's Badaयूं. And well, our big focus on NDTV, our special Safeguard Our Daughters campaign. This is horrific incidents of violence against women continue to be reported across the country. And of course, it was the Kolkata case that has really shocked the country. The latest updates, well, the CBI has also started an investigation against the former principal of the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital. The CBI is probing irregularities, financial discrepancies as far as the hospital is concerned. This also as a main accused, Sanjay Roy, the monster behind this absolutely horrific incident, has been sent to a 14-day judicial custody. He's also agreed to a lie detector test. Listen to all the reactions that have come.
As per the order of Honorable High Court, Calcutta, Dr. Sandeep Ghosh is already on extraordinary leave. His order for National Medical College has also been cancelled. There are some media reports that he has been posted as OSD Swasth Bhavan. Let me clarify emphatically that there is no such order that he has been posted as OSD at Swasth Bhavan. Let me clarify again and again. New principal and MSVP of RG Kar Hospital have also taken over charge on 22nd August 2024 and they are working. Yesterday morning only both of them have taken over the charge.
And looking now at horrific incidents against minors. Well, starting with Pune, a van driver has been booked under the POCSO Act. This after he was seen using obscene language with a minor girl on the phone. In fact, these are pictures of some MNS workers thrashing the van driver and also attacking the van there. But a POCSO case has now been registered and he was found using obscene language on the phone with the minor girl. And news now from the national capital, where a 22-year-old man was arrested by the Delhi police for kidnapping and allegedly raping a 4-year-old girl in Shahbag in the national capital. In fact, these are pictures of local residents setting the accused house on fire. This happened after the incident came to light. In fact, it was a 22-year-old man against whom the POCSO case has also now been registered, and the accused in this case has also been arrested. Looking at some political news now, well, the BJP has intensified its activities in the Jammu and Kashmir elections, well ahead of those crucial polls, and this also comes close on the heels of the crucial meeting between the Congress and the National Conference in Jammu and Kashmir. Of course, there's still back and forth as far as the seat sharing is concerned, but this key meeting was held at BJP President JP Nadda's home. Of course, the BJP is looking to make significant gains as far as the elections in Jammu and Kashmir are concerned. Remember, the BJP lost all seats as far as the Lok Sabha polls in Jammu and Kashmir were concerned. Meanwhile, Home Minister Amit Shah has attacked the Congress over its alliance or possible alliance with the National Conference. Well, the BJP has said that this alliance is unethical. In fact, Amit Shah has gone on to say that the Congress has been exposed as it has now allied with the National Conference. In fact, Amit Shah has come up with 10 questions to the Congress over its possible seat-sharing agreement with the National Conference. Because remember, the National Conference has talked about a possible separate flag. So Amit Shah says, will the Congress also support this demand for a separate flag? Will Congress bring back Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir? That is also one of the questions raised by the BJP. Remember, Rahul Gandhi in that press conference had made an important point. He said that the focus is on restoring democratic rights in Jammu and Kashmir. So the battle for the Union Territory heating up. And now the big e-commerce versus Kirana stores debate. Well, Piyush Goel, the Minister of Commerce, spoke to NDTV. He said, I recognize convenience that e-commerce gives, and there shouldn't be a misuse of law as far as e-commerce policies are concerned. He also says our Kirana stores have been the lifeline. Take a look.
You had earlier spoken about e-commerce versus Kirana stores. Earlier you had said that you're concerned about the growth of e-commerce. Of course, then you've softened your stand as well. You said that you're definitely in support of e-commerce as long as there is fair play and as long as there is balance.
First of all, I have not changed my stand. My stand has been very consistent, even on the comments I made 4 years ago, the comments I made 3 days ago, or the comments I made 2 days ago. The stand has been the same. I have never been against e-commerce. What I am against is the misuse of our e-commerce laws. Even 4 years ago, if you look at my comments, I recognize the importance of technology in our lives, the convenience it gives. the fact that efficiency will go up, but our Kirana stores have been our lifeline for years and years. They don't play the role only of a store. They become a part of our ecosystem, our families. I explained that in great detail both yesterday and day before. And therefore what I have consistently said, now of course the media would like to have a headline that I am against e-commerce on day one, and day two I've softened my stand. I've been trying to figure out in my head that when did I soften my stand, when was my stand hard in the first place. But to be fair, and in a way if I have a softer stand, it's good for my image also. But to be fair, what I'm only against is the misuse of the law of the land. India deserves to protect and ensure the organized growth of small retail, khudra vyapar as we call it, and we welcome all sorts of technologies. I have consistently said, and I have interacted with all e-commerce companies on more than one occasion, that there should be a marriage of the two ecosystems. The big format e-commerce has a role in our lives as long as they also subsume and marry the small retail stores across the country. Such a joint venture or a collaborative approach is what will be in the best interests of India.
So what kind of policies and regulations can be brought in to ensure structure and there's no predatory pricing? And no FDI violation?
Well, we already have policies in place. I think if everybody just sticks to the spirit and the law of the land, it doesn't need any other policy. It doesn't need any clarification. Everybody knows what the policy is. Everybody knows what they have to do. But if some smart Alex think of coming up with innovative corporate structures to misuse the flexibilities that we often give in the framework for ease of doing business, it's very unfortunate. I'm hoping that with my message to all of industry, they will all work within the parameters of Indian law and Indian policy. I would ideally not like government to get involved in a sector which is growing, which is doing well. I would ideally like self-regulation of the sector and everybody in the sector recognizing that my 10 crore small kirana stores, mom and pop stores, retail stores are important for India, and they are a big source of employment, a big source of income for a large part of the middle class in India. And all that I've said is for making this whole e-commerce ecosystem more inclusive and more sensitive.
पहले से भी अमेज़न को लेकर सवाल उठाते रहे हैं। पीयूष गोयल के बयान को आप कैसे देखते हैं?
पीयूष गोयल जी का बयान सकारात्मक है और उन्होंने जो कहा है वो वास्तव में वस्तु स्थिति है वर्तमान में। इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है कि ई-कॉमर्स भविष्य का व्यापार है। बहुत तेज़ी से ई-कॉमर्स बढ़ रहा है, उसकी जो वृद्धि की दर है वो लगभग 27% है हर वर्ष की। तो उस दृष्टि से ई कॉमर्स को नकारा नहीं जा सकता, लेकिन साथ साथ ये देखना होगा कि फेयर प्ले हो, हेल्दी कंपटीशन हो और इवन लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड हो। जितने भी फॉरेन कंपनीज जो ई कॉमर्स के क्षेत्र में काम कर रही हैं, अगर उनके इतिहास को उठा करके देखें तो हर साल वो लॉस करती हैं और उसके बाद भी वो सस्टेन कर रही हैं। इसका अर्थ बहुत साफ है कि जो इन्वेस्टमेंट वो लाते हैं वो इन्वेस्टमेंट यहाँ पर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट नहीं होता, यहाँ पर लॉजिस्टिक सिस्टम क्रिएट नहीं होता, सप्लाई चेन मजबूत नहीं होती, लेकिन वो सारा का सारा जो सो कॉल्ड इन्वेस्टमेंट है वो उनके जो लॉसेज हैं वो उनको फंड करके अपने बिजनेस को सस्टेन कर रहे हैं। यही बात पीयूष जी ने कही है और हमारा ये मानना है कि निश्चित रूप से इन्वेस्टमेंट का मतलब है आप इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बिल्ड करें, सप्लाई चेन में लगाएं, लॉजिस्टिक्स को मजबूत करें। वो तो कुछ हो नहीं रहा, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये साफ दिखाई देता है कि ये जो पैसा आता है ये कहीं ना कहीं उनके अपने अनहेल्दी बिजनेस प्रैक्टिसेस को सपोर्ट करने के लिए है। इसीलिए हमने बार बार ये कहा कि ई कॉमर्स की पॉलिसी आ जाए और ई कॉमर्स के रूल्स जो कंज्यूमर अफेयर्स के अंतर्गत हैं वो आ जाए तो सिस्टम सारा ठीक हो जाएगा। ये सबको मानना ही पड़ेगा कि जो भारत का कानून है उसका पालन तो हर एक को करना है और मोटी मोटी यही बात श्री पीयूष गोयल जी ने कही है.
And moving now to our special exclusive, well, a report suggests that for every rupee spent on the ISRO, the return on investment has been on the order of 2.54. Well, financial experts call that an amazing rate of return. NDTV science editor Pallav Bagla spoke to Dr. Jitendra Singh, who has been the Minister of State in PM and also the Minister for Space. Take a look.
India is celebrating the National Space Day, and a new report suggests that the investments in ISRO have paid off handsomely. I have with me Dr. Jitendra Singh, the Minister for Space and a minister in the Prime Minister's office. Dr. Jitendra Singh, what does the report suggest? Are you investing well in ISRO?
No, of course, as you would realize, and I think everybody appreciates that ever since the space sector was opened up for public-private participation, thanks to Prime Minister Modi for having taken that historic revolutionary decision over 3-4 years back, there has been a quantum leap in investment from the private sector as well as the overall growth of the space economy. For example, today we are just about $8 billion US. We hope to be going up almost 5 times in the next 10 years, up to 44 billion, maybe around 100 billion by 2047, which is the target year, the Viksit Bharat, the Century India year. And I think as the economy grows in the space sector, the pace of its growth also is on the increase. And there's a huge lot of interest from the private sector. And it's not only confined now to the launching of rockets. I think virtually every sector and every area of development is now using space technology.
See, the report suggests that for every rupee spent, the return is 2.54, meaning for every rupee spent, we get 2.5 rupees back.
Yeah.
So will you invest more in ISRO now?
See, the point is, if you see it in totality, like for example, if you take the case of agriculture, through space technology, you can find out when to sow the seed, what is going to be the ideal crop, what season, what soil. And that might save a lot of economy and in return generate. So if you see the healthcare sector, we have the telemedicine, for example, then also supplemented with artificial intelligence and machine learning. So in the remote areas where providing healthcare otherwise would be a costly affair, relatively, providing it with the supplementation of the assistance space technology would be again a saving. So economy saved also generates economy. And space technology, like similarly in disaster management. So the very fact, if you are able to prevent a disaster or reduce its magnitude with the help of space technology, also adds on to the overall economy of the country. And I'm sure under Prime Minister Modi in the last 10 years, India has actually graduated to the next level of understanding the skill of using space technology in every sector.
So touching lives and saving lives, that is all ISRO is all about?
Absolutely. Now, ISRO is no longer, or shall I say in a broader sense, the Department of Space in India is no longer confined only to the launchings. It is playing an important role in the development story of India, the growth story of India, and that's how it's going to contribute hugely to the economy of 2047 India.
We have the model of the Bharatiya Antariksh Station right behind us. Yes. A dream will be fulfilled?
Absolutely. We have set for ourselves the target of 2035 to have our own international space station, which was announced by Prime Minister Modi himself, and that will be named as Bharatiya Antariksh Station.
Always a pleasure speaking to you, Dr. Jitendra Singh. So that was Dr. Jitendra Singh telling us all about how every rupee spent on ISRO gives back 2.5 rupees back. The socio-economic impact of the Indian Space Research Organization is very large. On the National Space Day, with camera person Xavier Thomas at the Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi, Pallav Bagla for NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
The Prime Minister meets President Zelensky in his historic visit to Ukraine. The main accused in the Kolkata rape and murder has been sent to 14 days in jail. CBI head now on Arjikar ex-principal Sanjay Ghosh. This is the CBI now probing corruption allegations against him. From Kolhapur to Delhi to Assam, crimes against minors continue.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Thank you so much for joining us on the Urban Agenda. In the next 30 minutes, we will focus on something that's been on all our minds: India's public healthcare system, and more importantly, the safety of our doctors. Now, the tragic incident in Kolkata where a doctor was raped and murdered at the Arjikar hospital has shocked us all. And it's not just about the horrific crime, it highlights a bigger issue. Are we doing enough to protect the very people we rely on in our most vulnerable moments? In this episode, we will dig into the state of hospitals and healthcare in urban India and discuss whether the recent proposals from the Health Ministry and Supreme Court directives are enough to bring any meaningful change. Joining me, Dr. R.V. Ashokan. He's the President, Indian Medical Association. We also have with us Sabeen Kapasi, who's a public health expert associated with the United Nations. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining me. And you know, I'm just wondering, and the nation is wondering, for the first time we've seen countrywide strikes and protests from doctors to ensure that their voices are heard and necessary reforms are implemented. But even with all of the headlines, every day there are WhatsApp videos emerging of relatives going after medical staff across the country, even now. Now, you know, Dr. Ashokan, IMA's own study a few years ago revealed that 75% of doctors in India have faced abuse, and violence in hospitals, the numbers are staggering. 90% of doctors report that relatives of patients do engage in verbal or physical assaults, especially during emergencies. To me, it seems, and of course, everybody can see that the system is badly broken. So I'm just going to come to you, Dr. Ashokan, and ask you, you've met the health minister, you have been doing multiple meetings as the head of IMA. What changes do you think is going to happen this time around?
We are hopeful of the changes since the Supreme Court has intervened in a very qualitative way and addressed at least two issues. One of the main issues that they have taken up is the safety and security in the hospital. The second one is the working condition and the living condition of the residents. So safety and security they have given to the task force, And we would have liked to be in the task force, but the Supreme Court was kind enough to say that IMA's viewpoints should be heard by the task force. So we are working on a document wherein we will be able to present our viewpoints on the security. We, for record's sake, we had said that something like an airport, there has to be a security profile in hospitals. We are also sensitive. We should not harass the patients. It should be patient friendly and also culturally sensitive because our families tend to live or come up with the patients. So this is what we are expecting now out of the task force.
The 25% extra money, Dr. Shokan, which is now the health ministry said that we are going to look at review every hospital. In fact, AIIMS Delhi, today's news is also reviewing its own security measures and making sure that it's beefed up. This 25% number, this is my big question to you. I mean, what is this number and what will it really bring on? Because, I also noticed that IMA has brought this issue up, that the healthcare expenditure in this country is as low as 1.2%. The Lancet report says we have an economic survey which says that it's gone up to 1.9%, but compared to UK, Canada, even Brazil and South Africa, we are at a very dismal low number. So isn't this a larger issue of what we are really putting towards public health, especially large medical colleges, sir?
There is certainly issue. IMS in the health manifesto, our first demand is increase the input into the investment into the health. That's our first demand during the elections. 1.1% is a miserable investment by the state governments. 3.9% is the total health expenditure of the country, both in private sector and in government sector. 1.1 comes from governments. Rest 2.8 comes from the private sector.
Right.
It's 1.1 comes around 3.65 lakh crores. Out of this, normally the state governments give 2/3 and the union government gives 1/3 out of the government share. So what has been provided in the current union budgets is less than 90,000 crores, which has become 1/4. What was 1/3 of the contribution into the state?
So it's shrinking.
Now it has actually become 1/4. It is shrinking.
Yeah,
It has
economy is growing, but the expenditure on healthcare infrastructure is shrinking. And despite, the government's own report saying that 80% of medical establishments do not meet the standards, whether it's on infrastructure, whether it's on medical staffing, whether it's on medicines available. All right, Dr. Shokan, I'm going to come back to you. Let me get Dr. Kapasi. You've experienced so much of what people are protesting about today as a doctor, both while studying, doing your undergraduation, and of course, as a practicing doctor as well. Now, there is also a question of the fact that only 29% of medical graduates are women, and women hold just about 18% of leadership roles in healthcare. And of course, POSH, prevention of sexual harassment. It took an incident of this horrific a nature for us to wake up to the fact that POSH, forget about implementing, is probably not even understood or even spoken about in India's public healthcare and hospital system.
Manisha, thank you so much for having me. First, let us speak about the presence of women in the healthcare industry. So, I'd like to correct you on one point. In fact, healthcare is one of the very few industries where women actually are much higher in number. If you look at it, healthcare is not just about excellence in health industry, but it's also about the care component of it. It's about connecting and empathy to the patient and the family. And I believe that women are inherently more empathetic and caring in that nature. And
I agree. I probably took a very narrow universe of doctors, but healthcare is much larger.
Larger healthcare industry has always had more women in it, and they have done very well for it. That being said, the question about posh and security is also not new. I mean, we did this exercise with National Commission of Women a year ago, and unfortunately, we were able to highlight 365 cases of sexual abuse within women in the national discourse. And a lot of them also stem from the healthcare profession. We have to understand that healthcare is a profession which directly connects to people. The number of people we as doctors and as healthcare professionals interact with every day is far more, is hundreds of people every day. Is far more than the number of people that any other profession directly interacts with.
Right.
And secondly, most of these people come with a lot of angst, pain, and in a state of extreme discomfort, whether it is for their own comfort or their family members. So they are in a state of heightened emotion. So in that case, security becomes a peculiar concern, especially for women in this area of the workforce, because they face the burnt of that emotion. How much ever trained we are, how much ever experienced we are in the area of caregiving and empathy, it is never enough. So a systemic support towards security is extremely necessary. And coming back to the Posh issue, it is quite tricky that not just in healthcare, everywhere else, since the Me Too movement was at its peak, Posh has been almost completely forgotten. And there is a whole bias that, once you go into the area of Posh complaint, who are you going to report to? Is there really a sympathetic ear at the other end? And is it going to disrupt your day-to-day life? So these are the questions that have very little in form of answers, and we really do need to crystallize those infrastructure within organizations as well.
Hmm. So here's my question, Dr. Kapasi. You know, we're talking about more legislation. We're talking about a 9-member task force to look at what are the missing aspects of large hospital security issues and then, beef it up. In terms of legislations, we do have legislations already protecting medical professionals. 26 states have them. We also made them a bit stronger during COVID. But whenever there's an incident, and a large incident, right, the police which steps in, somehow there is a huge gap between the legislation and what you really see at ground. How do we strengthen that? I mean, in terms of, if you were to give us some opinions on how do we make all of those legislations actually get practiced on ground? It's a very, very large profession, very spread out.
More than legislation, because health, as you mentioned and we had discussed earlier as well, healthcare is not just doctors, it's nurses, it's people within the healthcare ecosystem who are working in the field work. So the frontline health workers, almost exclusively women, all of them. And the thing is, it's not just about legislation being implemented, it's about the feeling of security, which has been largely absent. So I believe that there's a two-prong approach. There is an approach where we do need a larger area of monitoring. I believe the AIMS report very recently mentioned that they are going to have CCTV cameras with enough and more, AI backend for monitoring those cameras, because even if there are cameras, what's the use of it if no one is really looking at the feed at the back end? So we do need a good support system around that, not just within hospitals, but also within the frontline task forces that are visiting villages and giving care, visiting our homes, even in the urban setup and delivering care. We had the same workforce being used and optimized during COVID, which is why we are all safe and secure today. So that is one bit of it. But the second and the larger bit is the education and the respect that we have always afforded women in the society. So being a woman in the workforce, I'm sure both you and I have faced similar issues, and millions of women who are entering the workforce after us, we do owe a due to them to make it a safer workplace to function and be it healthcare or otherwise. So, an attitude of sympathy and attitude of care is very, very necessary. We have to work on both these prongs. One is legislative and other definitely being a cultural shift in attitude.
I think A cultural shift is very, very critical here. You can put n number of CCTV cameras, have legislations, put money behind the safety and security system, Dr. Ashokan. But you know, whenever I've taken up this issue of violence against women in any form, especially at the workplace, which is supposed to be the safest place, actually, your home and your workspace is two spaces where you must go in with confidence and live with security. The answer which I get from most people, and it is the right answer, that you need a serious cultural shift. Do you believe, as I may, just the whole sensitization of all the medical staff and the graduates and the doctors and the nurses, everybody has to be done on how do they need to treat women in hospitals and in the medical fraternity? Isn't that a very big thing that IMA should take up?
I think this sensitivity, if you look at, the profession has it inherently. The way that we treat our women doctors as equals, gender neutral. The word doctor itself is gender neutral. And the space that we give them inside the profession is perhaps indicative of the sensitivity of the profession. What we are here looking at is not only the sensitivity to the women here, but the security in the hospitals is overall. This is the relationship between the medical profession and the healthcare personnel with the community.
Dr. Sabeen, do you
May
have
I
something
add
to add?
just one thing? I think, as Doctor mentioned, along with legal approach to it, there needs to be a hard technology support to it. A couple of years ago, we had a pilot run in Haryana where FIRs were actually registered on blockchain so that no changes within the domain were possible. I think there were some others that NPCI did within those domains as well, where within the law and order areas there was tons of security measures which were technology led, which were embedded. I think these are the initiatives that we need now. We need them today. Like we are looking at AI-based CCTV cameras to aid the police workforce. So once we have legislature in place, we will require this technology to support the police and other well-meaning workforce.
I'm going to take a quick short break and come back and conclude this discussion on what are the three things which will make this incident and this movement a watershed moment for change which we really require to make our public health spaces safer for women. Stay with us.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
This week on India Ascends.
Prime Minister Modi in Ukraine. Is New Delhi now a key voice in global conflicts? DNC nominates Kamala Harris to take on Donald Trump. Can the selected candidate woo the fence-sitters? And India's new data protection norms, will they help keep pace with the AI transition?
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty.
Welcome back. On the Urban Agenda today, we are highlighting the desperate lacunas in India's public healthcare system and the safety of medical fraternity in public hospitals, which are mostly concentrated in urban cities. And we have with us Dr. R.V. Ashokan and Dr. Sabeen Kapasi. Dr. Ashokan, as IMA, what are the 3 changes that you think the government can do immediately? Center and then state.
You started the dialogue correctly, that the investment in health is poor. There is just no money there to provide security across the country. So there is no further the things are being done. So the security and safety protocols have to be in place by mandatory by a law. There has to be a safe zone declaration, and these are the things which the hospitals are entitled. Otherwise, you don't get a license. So the main issues seem to be in the government sector and the private sector in the medical colleges. Tertiary hospitals in the private sector have a security protocol, but the small and medium hospitals across the country are vulnerable. Small clinics are vulnerable. So that has to be defined. And the third thing, a deterrent law has to be in place.
All right. Dr. Kapasi?
This use of technology as a deterrent for the safety and security within, starting with hospital workplaces, but also otherwise as extension to the law and order ecosystem, which can help in moving these decisions as well as these tasks quickly, and then extension of that across workplaces where women feel unsafe across the country. Today, we have 151 sitting MPs and MLAs who have reported cases that they were perpetrators in crime against women. I believe we do need to start a larger dialogue where leaders within our political and social ecosystem should be also held accountable so that the deterrence is not just from the legal fraternity but also from a moral and ethical social place that we need to bring it about. So I think these three things are extremely necessary.
Absolutely. You know, lovely conclusions. Let's just hope that some of these we get to see rather quickly, and the task force that's been constituted by the Supreme Court actually comes up with similar suggestions, recommendations, and of course, budgets for implementation do go up. Thank you both for joining me. And of course, before I conclude, I just want to run our audience through these findings on state of healthcare in India. Now, this was a government self-assessment reviewed over 2 lakh public health facilities across India, conducted through the National Quality Assurance Standards, which is an NQAS program. And what did they find? That our hospitals are extremely substandard in quality. A significant portion of India's public health infrastructure was found lacking in basic standards. So here we are talking about security and CCTV cameras, but overall, there is so much missing in that public healthcare system, and it stems from the fact that we only spend 1.1%, 1.2% of our GDP on public healthcare. And this number seems to be shrinking in a growing economy, as Dr. Ashokan pointed out. Now, approximately 80% of public health facilities did not meet the required norms for infrastructure, manpower, and equipment. So also manpower. So the medical fraternity is also overworked. So that's another aspect. I mean, this horrific incident in Kolkata happened simply because it was a 36-hour shift. Not to say that these long shifts are not common, but it was a 36-hour shift, and the lady doctor had gone to take rest in the middle of the night without any kind of CCTV camera footage to be captured to bring the perpetrators to task. Now, the report highlighted the urgent need for reform in India's healthcare sector. This was released in mid-June, and the government did initiate a plan to bring 70,000 facilities up to the public health standards within 100 days, backed by inspections and funding under National Health Mission. These 100 days, I'm talking about mid-June, are almost over. That's what we have to end with, remembering that, look, all of these things are spoken about, but where is the action? And this time, we really need to see traction on these reforms that were promised in June 2024. And this should be the watershed moment to overhaul India's public healthcare system, focusing both on enhanced infrastructure and safety of medical fraternity. Thank you so much for joining me, and goodbye.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rawat. Stay with us as we bring you all the news you need to know, all the big stories of the day. The Prime Minister was in Kiev. We'll bring you all the highlights. Also, more crimes against women and children. Let's take a look at the headlines at this hour. Prime Minister Modi on a historic visit to war-torn Ukraine holds talks with President Zelensky, assures him India is committed to ending the war. The Prime Minister says India is not an indifferent bystander or neutral, always on the side of peace. 4 MOUs were also signed between the two countries. After the case against 2 minor girls in Badlapur in Maharashtra, more sex crimes against minors, this time in Kolhapur and Pune. The body of a 10-year-old girl was found in a sugarcane field in Kolhapur. Her uncle arrested for the alleged rape and murder, while in Pune, a van driver has been booked under POCSO, accused of using obscene language with a minor. He would send her messages. In Assam's Nagaon, a 14-year-old girl was allegedly gang raped by 3 men while on her way back from tuition. The class 10 student was found in a semi-conscious state. The area erupts in anger, leading to protests. 1 person has been arrested. The Chief Minister promises toughest action. A frightening case of road rage in UP's Badaयूं, where a family was attacked by a mob reportedly for overtaking a car. The windscreen and windows were smashed with rods as children streamed for help. But more shocking, police take no action for 3 days till the video goes viral. In Tripura, the flood situation worsens. The death toll rises to over 20 and 17 lakh people have been hit in this worst floods in 6 decades. Many are in relief camps but say no water or proper food. The centre has approved 40 crore advance and ropes in Army and Air Force to help with the relief and rescue. And SEBI has barred industrialist Anil Ambani and 24 other entities, including former key officials of Reliance Home Finance Limited, from the securities market for 5 years for diversion of funds from the company. Our top story now, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi today met President Volodymyr Zelensky on the first ever visit to Ukraine by an Indian Prime Minister. A historic visit where both leaders held one-on-one and delegation-level talks with a focus on ways to find a negotiated settlement to the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Our Prime Minister Modi said that India had not been a neutral or indifferent bystander during the Russia-Ukraine war and was always on the side of peace. The Prime Minister reiterated India's position that the conflict can be resolved only through dialogue and diplomacy, and that New Delhi is ready to make proactive contributions towards efforts for peace. In a briefing, External Affairs Minister Jaishankar said that both leaders also held discussions on trade, economic issues, defense, pharmaceuticals, agriculture and education. 4 MOUs were also signed between both sides.
दिल को गहरी चोट पहुंची थी और मुझे लगता है कि युद्ध की सबसे पहली कैजुअलिटी किसकी होती है तो निर्दोष बालकों की होती है और वो बहुत दर्दनाक होता है। हम न्यूट्रल नहीं थे, हम पहले दिन से ही पक्षकार रहे हैं और हमारा पक्ष है शांति का।
Were there any specific proposals made by us, by India, to Ukraine in terms of a possible immediate path towards ending the conflict?
Vishnu, your question, in a way, they kind of feed into each other. Look, I would put it this way. Clearly, we've been having our own thinking and discussions with many other countries. Also, because the Prime Minister was recently in Moscow, there were detailed discussions there, which we have been quite public about. So he shared, I think, many of the thoughts and the substance of these discussions. I wouldn't necessarily characterize it in the way in which you said Bloomberg had described it. But in turn, I think we heard from President Zelensky at some length what his own views were, about these issues, but what his own views were about the subject as a whole. I mean, not necessarily to anything which we may have told him, we may have heard in Moscow. So it was a very back and forth discussion. To my mind, there was certainly, I'm sure that there was information which we, obtained here, and I'm sure we also perhaps may have brought up points or flagged issues which may or may not have been people would have been cognizant of here. The way we ended was that at the end of the discussion, I think there was a sense that this is a very complex issue. I mean, yes, certainly we have this one particular format, the peace in Ukraine format. But as I said, it is the view not just of India, but certainly of India as well, that there are, there could be multiple ways of approaching this issue.
In other news, now in Maharashtra, after the sexual assault of 2 minor girls in a Badlapur in Thane that had led to an outpouring of anger and protest, now 2 more cases involving minors have emerged in the state, one in Kolhapur and one in Pune. Now in Kolhapur, the body of a 10-year-old girl was found in a sugarcane field in the district. According to reports, the girl left her house yesterday evening after she had had a fight with her uncle over excessive phone usage. The girl's uncle has been arrested for her alleged rape and murder. The police say the accused has confessed during interrogation. And in Pune, a case of a school van driver harassing a schoolgirl, a minor. The driver has been accused of allegedly sending the minor inappropriate messages and harassing her both in person and on social media platform Instagram. The girl reported the ongoing harassment, leading to a registration of FIR under the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences, or POCSO. The driver was confronted and then beaten by MNS members before he was then handed over to the police. And the rape of a minor now in Assam. A 14-year-old girl was allegedly gang raped and thrown by the roadside in Nagaon district. The class 10 student was rescued by local residents and handed over to the police as she was returning from her tuitions, according to the reports. The girl is recovering in hospital, and a report of the medical test to confirm sexual assault is awaited. One accused has been identified as a Tafujal Islam and has been arrested. Now, civil society groups in Nagaon have started protests and are asking for exemplary punishment. Assam Chief Minister has called this a crime against humanity. He's assured toughest action and sent DGP SP Singh to Nagaon to monitor the investigation. As he said, one suspect arrested and a massive manhunt to arrest the other two men.
আমি টাফ একশন লম এতিয়া মই ডিজিপিক পঠাইছো দিনলৈকে আমাৰ অসমত নামনি আৰু মধ্য অসম বৰাক ভেলী আদিৰ দৰে জাগাত আমাৰ খিলঞ্জীয়া মানুহ লোকেল মানুহবিলাক বহুত ভয় আৰু সন্ত্ৰাসৰ পৰিৱেশত থাকে.
And now to Badayu in Uttar Pradesh, where a violent attack on a family unfolded when a mob smashed the windows of their car with sticks despite cries that children were inside. Now, according to reports, this altercation was over overtaking of the car. The attackers pursued the victims, blocked them, and then, as you can see, breaking the windows, the windscreens, and even later assaulting the family. According to reports, the family was mistreated in public and physically assaulted.
वीडियो बनाओ खोलना मत तुम वीडियो बनाओ तुम वीडियो बनाओ इसकी वीडियो बनाओ अरे तू चिंता मत कर खोलना मत देखो ये गाड़ियों को तोड़ दिया हमने बच्चे इसमें बच्चे रो रहे हैं बैक करो निकाल चलो तुम आगे बिंदास चलो निकल जाए भाई चलो अरे आगे ले बनू आगे ले चलो आगे ले यार कहाँ घुसेड़ा चलो
So there you saw a shocking case of road rage and how that car was attacked with the women and children beseeching from inside. But more shocking is that the police did not act on the complaint for 3 days and only acted after the video of the incident went viral on social media. NDTV's Tanish reports.
Video of man attacking a family inside a car and vandalizing its windows with rod in Uttar Pradesh Badayu has gone now viral on social media. The enraged man can be seen attacking the car with women and children inside. Even as the family screamed ki bacche hain andar, there are kids inside, they are crying. A total of 10 family members were there inside the car. Alok Upadhyay, his brother-in-law, Alok Upadhyay's wife, his brother-in-law's wife, and a total of 6 children were there inside the car when this happened. Of course, Abhishek and Alok kept on saying that don't worry, kuch nahi hoga, just make the video. So they just made the video of the goons of the mob attacking the car, in which it can be clearly seen a man is attacking with an iron rod and smashing the windows of the car. What happened was that they got involved in an argument regarding, one person was trying to overtake the other. Then they got involved in an argument. After that, the accused actually chased them and overtook their car and stopped them. After which, of course, the whole incident happened, which we can see in the video. After that, around 20, according to victim, around 20-30 people surrounded the family, and they were taken out by they were rescued by the police. This happened on 19th of August, on the day of Raksha Bandhan. They were coming back after celebrating Raksha Bandhan and heading towards their home in Badaयूं. That is when this happened. Now police has of course registered the case, and the police has registered a case, and a few people have been detained.
In other news now, Union Minister of Commerce and Industry Piyush Goel spoke to NDTV on his recent comments on e-commerce and kirana shops that had created a buzz, as the minister seemed to be raising concerns against e-commerce and the setback that it caused to kirana or brick-and-mortar stores. Now, further clarifying his remarks, the minister said that he is against the misuse of the law and that there should be a marriage of the two ecosystems so retailers have a fair chance.
You had earlier spoken about e-commerce versus kirana stores. Earlier you had said that you're concerned about the growth of e-commerce. Of course, then you've softened your stand as well. You said that you're definitely in support of e-commerce as long as there is fair play and as long as there is balance.
First of all, I have not changed my stand. My stand has been very consistent even on the comments I made 4 years ago, the comments I made 3 days ago, or the comments I made 2 days ago. The stand has been the same. I have never been against e-commerce. What I am against is the misuse of our e-commerce laws. Even 4 years ago, if you look at my comments, I recognize the importance of technology in our lives, the convenience it gives, the fact that efficiency will go up. But our kirana stores have been our lifeline for years and years. They don't play the role only of a store. They become a part of our ecosystem, our families. I explained that in great detail both yesterday and day before. And therefore what I have consistently said, now of course the media would like to have a headline that I am against e-commerce on day one, and day two I have softened my stand. I have been trying to figure out in my head that when did I soften my stand, when was my stand hard in the first place. But to be fair, and in a way, if I have a softer stand, it's good for my image also. But to be fair, what I'm only against is the misuse of the law of the land. India deserves to protect and ensure the organized growth of small retail, khudra vyapar as we call it. And we welcome all sorts of technologies. I have consistently said, and I have interacted with all e-commerce companies on more than one occasion, that there should be a marriage of the two ecosystems.
A 14-bed ward has been reserved at Mumbai's Seven Hills Hospital for monkeypox or Mpox as a precautionary measure. The Maharashtra government has issued guidelines about Mpox, asking officials to sensitize people about the viral disease. Now, no case has been reported so far in Mumbai, but airport and port officials have been asked to ensure close surveillance of incoming travel. Radhika reports.
Monkeypox is spreading far and wide across the world in many other countries. India not so much at risk, just a few cases reported in the country, no cases reported in Mumbai. However, the civic body in Mumbai not leaving any stone unturned in ensuring that all the precautions are taken. In fact, I am at Seven Hills Hospital where a 14-bed facility has been arranged to treat and isolate Mpox patients. So this is the facility, as you can see, beds being arranged to treat the Mpox patients right here. So there are 14 beds that have been arranged by the BMC in the super speciality Seven Hills Hospital in Andheri East. Now let me just go across to the doctors who are in charge of this facility here. Hello sir, my first question of course is how much of a risk are we at as far as Mpox is concerned, and take us through the facility here.
Actually, in India we don't have patients, but as per literature, the monkeypox patient require isolation because it's more contagious disease and will spread very fast. So on precautionary measures, already from authorities directions we have kept 14 isolation beds ready here.
So you want
about the facilities in the hospital here for the Mpox patients, and of course the risk factor involved as well.
Yeah, according to the BMC guidelines, we have kept ready 14 beds for the isolation. If Mpox suspected patient comes in India, basically in Mumbai, as this hospital is nearby to the airport, the risk of transmission is obviously high. It is a highly contagious disease. Like COVID, how it has transmitted through the droplet infection. The same transmission is seen in monkeypox too. Other than this, there is the formation of pustules, which is the commonly found in monkeypox. So that lesion contains the fluid, and if that fluid gets contaminated with the patient's linen and clothes, or if we come in contact with that fluid, so that is the transmission factor. And other than this, if the patient is suspected, it is advisable that he should not have any kind of sexual contact, should not give the blood or other things. Like it is basically transmitted through the droplets, through the fluids, and the contact with the that lesions which is formed over there.
So transmission rate high is the information that we are getting from the doctors here, which is why they have made sure that all the precautionary steps are being undertaken. So 14-bed facility as a precautionary measure at this point at Seven Hills Hospital. Of course, the BMC is also in touch with the airport authorities. There is screening of passengers, especially from those coming from Africa. And there is a health desk also in the airport in case of any sort of emergencies. Of course, in case there is any suspect, this is the place where the patients will be brought in. So these are the doctors here at Seven Hills Hospital who just explained to us the risk factor involved. At this point, India not so much at risk. In Mumbai, no cases so far, but all the measures being taken by the civic authorities and the state government to ensure there is no widespread issue as far as Mpox cases are concerned. With video journalist Hemant, this is Radhika Ramaswamy for NDTV.
Now news from the northeast to Tripura, which is witnessing the worst flooding in 6 decades, with the tragic death of 7 of 2 families killed in landslides due to the heavy rain. The death toll has now risen to over 20. 2 people are said to be still missing, and Chief Minister today conducted an aerial survey of the worst hit areas. The centre is sending out help. Even as close to 1 lakh people have been rescued, and over 17 lakh in all have been affected, with many in relief camps. Ratnadeep Chaudhary reports.
Round-the-clock rescue operations by the Assam Rifles, NDRF and the state forces in Tripura for the past 2 days. Even as the northeastern state battles the worst floods in a long time. Many have shifted to the relief camps in the clothes they were wearing.
কিচ্ছু আনছি না, শুধু একমাত্র ঘুমানোর লেগে 2টা বালিশ আর আমার মায়ের জামা প্যান্ট, কিচ্ছু আনছি না। এত জল নাই, একবার পাইছি আমার ছোট থাকতে, আমার বাবা থাকতে আমি জলটা পাইছি। এদিকে জলের ব্যবস্থা নাই, খাবারও এই তো ওখানে রুটি দিয়ে গেছে, স্লাইড রুটি দিয়ে গেছে, ওষুধপত্র দিছে না।
Chief Minister Dr. Manik Saha made an aerial survey to the worst hit areas in South Tripura, Gomti and Dhalai district. The Army and Air Force too have been roped in.
तकरीबन 1000 से ज़्यादा घर जो है वो डैमेज हो गए हैं और कई रिलीफ शेल्टर्स बनाए गए हैं। तकरीबन 500 से ज़्यादा रिलीफ शेल्टर्स ऑपरेट किए जा रहे हैं इस समय, और काफ़ी लोगों को वहाँ पर मदद मिल रही है। तो कुल मिलाकर के अभी 11 टीमें NDRF की त्रिपुरा में तैनात हैं।
While the rains have weakened, an orange alert of the Met Department continues for Tripura till the weekend, and therefore the people as well as the government would perhaps keep their fingers crossed so that the rains don't return back. For those now living in close to 500 relief camps, the challenges are plenty.
সকালে কিছু আবার সকালে কিছু রাত্রে আবার গরম করেছে, আমরা লইছি না। তখন আইনা আমরা একটা 10টা দামে রুটি এনে দিছে, তো আমরা রান্না করছি, রান্না করে এখন আমরা সবাই খাম। সবাই তো কষ্ট হচ্ছে, কেউই তো রান্না করে খাইতে পারতেছে না, সবাই গ্যাস ট্যাস আনছে না, ওইতো আমরা মা তারাও গ্যাস ট্যাস আনতেছে না, আমরা এখানে রান্না করে সবাই মিলে যেটুকু পাতাছি এতটুকু খাইতেছি।
The department, at the instruction of our Honorable Chief Minister and the government, has been working on close in connivance with all the officials and other rank and file staffs of our department. And we have urged upon and taken their confidence that there should not be any artificial crisis whatsoever in the coming times.
Power and mobile networks have faced damages. Over 2,000 land and mudslides have occurred in the past few days. Road and rail networks have also been disrupted. 1.20 lakh hectares of paddy cultivation area is still under floodwaters, damaging the crops. In Guwahati, Ratndeep Chaudhary for NDTV.
And in Nepal, 27 Indians were killed, several others injured when a passenger bus plunged into a river. The India registered bus carrying about 40 passengers plunged into the Marsyangdi River in the Tanahun district, some 110 kilometers from its destination in capital Kathmandu. According to officials, the bus was en route to Kathmandu from Pokhara. The Securities and Exchange Board of India, or SEBI, has barred industrialist Anil Ambani and 24 other entities, including former key officials of Reliance Home Finance Limited, from the securities market for 5 years for diversion of funds from the company. SEBI also imposed a penalty of 25 crore on Ambani and restrained him from being associated with the securities market, including as a director or key managerial personnel in any listed company or any intermediary registered with the market regulator for a period of 5 years. And finally, the Indian Space Agency, known for its frugal innovations and cutting-edge technology, is also a very safe harbor for investment. A new report suggests that for every rupee spent on the Indian Space Research Organization, the return on investment has been of the order of 2.54. Our financial experts call that an amazing rate of return. NDTV science editor Pallav Bagla has more details in this exclusive interview with Dr. Jitendra Singh.
Dr. Jitendra Singh, what does the report suggest? Are you investing well in ISRO?
No, of course, as you would realize, and I think everybody appreciates that ever since the space sector was opened up for public-private participation, thanks to Prime Minister Modi for having taken that historic revolutionary decision over 3-4 years back, there has been a quantum leap in investment from the private sector as well as the overall growth of the space economy. For example, today we are just about $8 billion US. We hope to be going up almost 5 times in the next 10 years, up to 44 billion, maybe around 100 billion by 2047, which is the target year, the Viksit Bharat, the Century India year. And I think as the economy grows in the space sector, the pace of its growth also is on the increase. And there's a huge lot of interest from the private sector. And it's not only confined now to the launching of rockets. I think virtually every sector and every area of development is now using space technology.
See, the report suggests that for every rupee spent, the return is 2.54, meaning for every rupee spent, we get 2.5 rupees back. Yeah. So will you invest more in ISRO now?
See, the point is, if you see it in totality, like for example, if you take the case of agriculture, through space technology you can find out when to sow the seed, what is going to be the ideal crop, what season, what soil. And that might save a lot of economy and in return generate. So if you see the healthcare sector, we have the telemedicine, for example, then also supplemented with artificial intelligence and machine learning. So in the remote areas, where providing healthcare otherwise would be a costly affair, relatively, providing it with the supplementation of the assistance space technology would be again a saving.
And with that, it's a wrap from me. Thanks for watching. Good night.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone.
Hello and welcome to Watching The Last Word. I am Vedant Agarwal. Nearly 2 years ago, when the signs of a full-blown war first surfaced in Ukraine, India called for dialogue and an immediate end to the conflict. Ever since, India has walked what many call a diplomatic tightrope. While India has championed its long-standing strategic relationship with Russia, it has not shied away from condemning the war. As New Delhi reiterates it's not an era of war message, it has kept its own economic interests on the top of its diplomatic agenda, emerging as a strong player in new and what many call a new geopolitical reality, and indeed also as a voice of the global south. Very rarely has it happened that India has managed to make the West concede to its nuanced diplomatic position, even at the biggest international fora. But can India really be an effective peacemaker? Can New Delhi use its diplomatic prowess to evolve a lasting peace solution? Well, on The Last Word this evening, we ask, with the Prime Minister's peace push in Ukraine after in Russia, can consensus really be chalked out? Listen in to what the Prime Minister had to say after meeting Zelensky.
आपने जिस गर्मजोश से मेरा और मेरे डेलीगेशन का स्वागत किया, इसके लिए मैं हृदय से आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। एक्सेलेंसी, आज का दिवस भारत और यूक्रेन के संबंधों के लिए एक बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक दिवस है, क्योंकि भारत का प्रधानमंत्री आज पहली बार यूक्रेन की धरती पर आ रहा है। ये अपने आप में एक ऐतिहासिक घटना है। कल आपका नेशनल डे है। ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण दिवस है और मैं कामना करता हूं शांति के लिए, सुख और समृद्धि के लिए।
All right. In fact, the latest is that a joint statement is also out. It's extremely critical. Of course, there are various important points made in that, including ensuring a comprehensive, just and lasting peace, something that both the Prime Minister as well as the External Affairs Minister reiterated after that meeting with Zelensky. Of course, the Prime Minister was accompanied by National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and also the External Affairs Minister. Some of the key points from the joint statement straight up. Well, one point says that the Prime Minister and President Zelensky reiterated the readiness for further cooperation in upholding principles of international law. Also very strong comments on oil, given the fact that the economic fallout is something that cannot be ignored. But let's listen to what President Zelensky has had to say. This is his first reaction coming in after that meeting with Prime Minister Modi. Listen.
Hold his economy and put him really on his place. And his place, you know where is his place. Is Ukraine, and you're a big country. You have big influence, and you can stop Putin, and you can.
All right, joining me on the last word this evening, Brahma Chelani, a strategic affairs expert. Also, Anil Trinogayat, the former ambassador who has served in the Indian missions in Russia. Irina Zuckerman, a geopolitical analyst and a national security attorney, is also with us. Thanks all very much for being with us. Going across to you first, Ambassador Anil, how do you see the Prime Minister's visit to Ukraine? It's definitely much beyond the photo op, because, you know, the Prime Minister has reiterated his not an era of war message. Even in the joint communique, the emphasis is on a lasting peace solution. In fact, what the joint communique also says that both the sides have agreed to following the international law in chalking out consensus. So clearly, a visit that goes well beyond photo opportunity, a visit that goes well beyond what many have called a placating move. It is a strategic and diplomatic effort, a concerted effort at that, to arriving at a peace solution.
Well, I think, Siddhant, you know that from the very beginning, India has been, from the very beginning of this war, India has been emphasizing on three things: the dialogue, diplomacy, UN Charter for the peace. And that the war, later on, Prime Minister says that this is not an era of war to President Putin. This time when he was in Moscow, he went there, he told him that you can't find solutions on the battlefield. Now, everything is not in the public domain and it does not come out in the public domain, but whatever one can gather is that after Prime Minister Modi's meeting with Zelensky in Italy on the sidelines of the G7 summit and discussions with various leaders there, he went to Moscow, had one-on-one meeting with Putin, which was lasted several hours, and he discussed clearly, understood what are the red lines, how these are going to be processed further. And that's when he comes with where is the thing. Then he comes to Kyiv the second time after talking to Putin, Zelensky within less than 2 months. And talking here, bilaterally, of course, it has different connotations. But in the context of this war, this is one of the key efforts that India is trying to make. Because India today is also trying to project the interests of the global south, which has also suffered. And we just had the third summit. So there is a confidence, and both sides have done it. Now they have the fact that they have agreed to continue to talk, that he asked India to be represented at a much higher level at the next peace summit, that Zelensky has also said that Russia could join that summit. Now, that is something that both sides, which in my view are currently going through this war fatigue, are looking some kind of a way out to be able to come on the table.
Yes, and you put it rather articulately, a war fatigue, as many have called it, because, you know, with the raging conflict in West Asia as well, many have described the Russia-Ukraine conflict as a war that the world seems to have lost interest in, but it's, you know, it continues to cause tremendous damage to human life, to property. But Irina Zuckerman, who is a geopolitical analyst, is also with us. Irina, you know, India's position has been a nuanced one. India has not shied away from championing its long-standing ties with Russia. India has said on international fora that you know, its relationship with Russia is a historical one. Irina, I'll come back to you. I'm being told Zelensky is currently speaking. Let's listen in.
During all our history, all our independent history, so it's
Okay.
Yes, there will be a simultaneous interpretation, and our fellow colleagues, in order not to span the time for the introduction word, let's start straight away with the questions, and please do not forget to introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, President Zelensky. My name is Gaurav Sawant. I work for India Today and Aaj Tak in India. How would you describe your meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi? What is your roadmap for peace, and what role do you see for India in achieving that aim, especially when India speaks for the global south, for the developing countries? This war impacts all. And may I request you, sir, in case you could answer this in English for our audience?
So President Zelensky there interacting with the Indian media. But Irina, my question to you, India's position has been a nuanced one. India has, said this from the beginning that, well, we have a historical relationship with Russia. It's a strategic one. We cannot forego that relationship. But at the same time, India has not shied away from condemning the war. In fact, this is what Prime Minister Modi also told Putin, that, there's no solution in the battlefield.
Thank you very much for your question. Far from foregoing that relationship, I think India is in a wonderful position to leverage it, specifically to push peace. Had it not had that relationship, I think that claim would be much harder. How can it leverage it? By having extensive economic, energy, and defense ties with Russia, but also by becoming increasingly an independent country, a global player, developing an independent defense industry, and also strengthening its defense ties with Western countries. India puts itself in a position to have that influence, to make requests, to make demands, and to use its status as a strong partner with Russia on many issues to push it to.
Irina, I'm afraid I'll have to interrupt you there. My colleague Vishnu Shom is joining us live from Kiev. Vishnu, over to you. What are the key takeaways of the joint statement that has just been put out?
Well, not just the joint statement, there's also been a press conference by President Volodymyr Zelensky, which I was in for the last 1 hour. If the feedback in my ear can just be stopped. But the focus of that press conference was diametrically different from what the joint statement says. The joint statement speaks about collaboration between the two countries, about protecting the territorial integrity of the nations. It speaks about 4 specific areas of advancement of ties. But I think what we heard President Zelensky say in this press conference, which I was at, was an extreme condemnation and criticism of India's oil imports from Russia. That's an issue which has come back squarely onto the table. Oil was the big focus in talks, is what Zelensky told us. There are record-breaking Indian contracts. This has an impact on the Russian economy. India is open for Russia, and that this directly helps the Russian army, and that there has to be a way to find an alternative, because India's oil imports help him very much. His society, in other words, Putin's society, will push him if their economy is not being propped up. Again, saying that it's India's oil imports and gas imports which are propping up the entire Russian economy. There is a role for India, is what Mr. Zelensky had to say, and that is to cut or to stop these oil imports, as a result of which Putin would have huge challenges. We understand what money Russia has on their oil exports to India, is what he said. Asked about whether there were any specific proposals that came out of this visit from Prime Minister Modi, or any proposals generally speaking, he said, of all the proposals, all we hear are political statements. So not necessarily speaking just about Prime Minister Modi, but generally of all the proposals, all we hear are political statements. It's not a path. We need to see specifics in a plan. So again, he was absolutely clear that, look, as far as the war continuing is concerned, this is a war that's been pushed onto Ukraine, and that there is no way that they're going to swap territories either. So there is no immediate Ukrainian peace solution either at this stage. I asked him whether the war can be sustained if Donald Trump becomes the US president, to which he said, let's wait and see what exactly happens. But the key point and the key takeaway was, we need India on our side, not balancing Russia and Ukraine. And then, he went on to say also that we are ready for, he also went on to say, we are not happy we didn't get India's support in the United Nations resolutions, but that's in the past. We look forward to a new future. but India is a very influential country. If India's attitude can be changed, and he's talking once again about oil imports from Russia, then this will have an impact on the war. He, in fact, said it in more direct terms. He said if India's attitude can change, then this war can come to an end if India ceases its oil imports. So that's what the President Zelensky actually had to say, and a very, very direct attack. And I wouldn't use the word attack, but a very, very direct series of statements as he saw the relationship with India. He did, of course, say that he would certainly welcome arms imports from India as well. And if there were any plants which were being set up, that's certainly something that can be considered.
All right, Vishnu, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. As Vishnu is reporting a direct criticism, perhaps, of India's oil imports from Russia. And Irina, sorry to have interrupted you twice, but go ahead. And also looking at what Zelensky said in terms of this pointed criticism of India's oil imports from Russia.
I think that Ukraine's perspective matters in pushing any peace framework. And I think his comments should be carefully considered. But I also think that for India, these positions are pragmatic, not ideological. And I think there's a role, significant role for US leadership to play in resolving these disputes. First, with regard to oil, US should be looking towards building up its allies, such as the rapidly developing India, perhaps with preferential pricing for its own oil exports that could substitute for the cheaper oil that it has benefit from in terms of Russia. So US should be literally putting its money where its mouth is. If it prioritizes ending Russia's oil, it should be using both positive incentives, such as better prices for its allies, and negative incentives, such as a complete oil embargo with secondary sanctions. The second issue regarding political issues at the UN, it's worth noting that China is a growing actor with a closer growing relationship with Russia as well. And I think that sort of alliance ultimately will become a direct threat to India's own interests and should be carefully considered.
Right, and we also saw, perhaps China's jibe at the Prime Minister's visit to Ukraine as well. But Brahma Chalani, just looking at India's diplomatic message, the diplomatic stance that India has taken since the beginning of the war, do you think the fact that India continues to import oil, India continues to sort of champion its strategic relationship with Russia, is it in a sense contradictory to its larger diplomatic message of peace and of a lasting solution away from the battlefield? Or do you think that this is a diplomatic stance and a diplomatic position that the West and indeed the entire world has been able to reckon with?
There are several things to what you asked. First, there are no US or Western sanctions to importing oil from Russia. There are US sanctions on Iranian oil exports, and India has fully complied with US sanctions, leaving Iranian oil almost exclusively for China. The most discounted oil on the world markets today is the oil from Iran, which India is not buying because of US sanctions. India is buying Russian oil because the Americans have applied no sanctions on Russian oil exports. Second, which is even more important because I find Zelensky's strident criticism of India hypocritical, because more than India, it is Europe that is contributing to Russia's coffers by increasing gas imports from Russia. Just in the month of May this year, Russian gas exports to Europe overtook American gas exports to Europe. Compared with what Europe is paying Russia, India's payments to Russia for oil are much lower.
Yes.
So if Zelensky believes that India's oil imports are contributing to Russia's war machine, he should be first asking his own allies in Europe to stop importing Russian gas. But I think both his strident criticism of India in his press conference, as well as the statements of Ukrainian officials who have said publicly in recent days, especially in the last 48 hours, that they do not see a mediating role for India. They do not see a mediating role for India. That leaves the question as to what Modi has sought to accomplish by going to Kyiv at this juncture.
Yes.
At this juncture, both Russia and Ukraine are not interested in ceasefire negotiations. Russia says that as long as the Ukrainian incursion into Russian territory does not end, as long as there are Ukrainian soldiers on Russian territory, there will be no talks of any kind with Ukraine.
So you made an important point there, that India has been compliant. India has always upheld the international law and the international charter, the UN charter.
I'm sorry. You know, those are unilateral sanctions by the US on Iran. They have no sanctity of international law.
Yes.
But India has been compliant with those unilateral sanctions. But because there are no American sanctions on Russian oil exports, so India is importing oil from Russia. That's the point I made.
Yes. And Ambassador Anil, would you agree with that? Because, you know, looking at India's larger role as a peacemaker, you know, what India managed to achieve, say, in the New Delhi Declaration, you know, what many called an insurmountable challenge was getting the West and Russia to sort of agree on the Ukraine language. Many say it was a watered down sort of declaration, but the fact that there was consensus, there was larger consensus, does sort of beg the question that India in a favorable position to be the perfect peacemaker, you know, amid this raging conflict?
Well, firstly, I would say that I fully agree with Mr. Chalani as far as this hypocrisy on oil imports or gas imports are concerned, or filling the Russian coffers, whatever it is. On the other hand, you know, I always believe, and this is perhaps because I've been a diplomat, that there is no wrong time for looking for peace. You have to always keep on trying. As far as India's credibility is concerned, it's the fact that India currently is the only leader, Prime Minister Modi, who can talk to both the people and find some solutions if possible. So you are not saying that this is the solution. Of course, as you know, in the joint statement, the Ukrainians have said that the peace formula or the communique that was agreed and the Switzerland summit would be the one which is the starting point for discussion. So obviously at some place, at certain position, but today as we are talking in this moment, because the war is escalated because of the Kursk invasion by the Ukrainians, I believe that Russia is going to retaliate, and both would like to end it, thinking that they are getting into this war of one upmanship. So that is why at the moment it looks unlikely, but one has to continue to make efforts. This is the effort that India has made at the highest level. Now the discussion will continue. Both sides have agreed that we'll continue to work on it. Now there is much more, but I fully agree with everyone here that the doors to this peace, if at all it happens, eventually will lie in Washington, D.C. That is very important to understand that. Secondly, I would say that Prime Minister Modi has been requested by everybody, including Zelensky himself, to go and talk to Putin. Even today, they have been talking about like that. So
that's an important
what else do you expect? A country which is now also trying to be the voice of the global South and look at the thing. This is what precisely has been mentioned. So what we are trying to do is in the cause of peace. We are not the mediators. We are simply an interlocutor in that sense of the term, and creating a goodwill if possible, and find certain kind of common discussion points, if at all possible. And if necessary, India would be ready to host it in Delhi itself.
That's a very important point you're making, that we're not to describe a role as a mediator, perhaps not be as accurate as an interlocutor for peace. And as you said, there's no wrong time for peace, just as there's no right time for war. And Irina, you know, what could be a possible peace solution in the region? Many have talked about, you know, this proposal of a swap of territory, given, of course, the recent incursions. But what could be the probable peace solution in the region?
Quite frankly, I think the best solution for this war is to have overwhelming and unified international pressure on Russia to withdraw because it has violated multiple international laws in invading Ukraine, and everybody knows that. And I think India can actually play a very effective role in being a part of that front, but I think India needs to get something practical out of that role, and I think Ukraine can play a part in strengthening its own relationship and giving India an incentive to play that part. I think there are economic incentives that need to be considered because Russia has been an important ally for Ukraine. And I think there are also other incentives, such as inviting India as an investor in Ukraine rather than bringing China in for post reconstruction talks. I think all of these security and economic considerations would heavily influence India's direction on being part of the solution and how it is a part of that solution. I think we can see from Russia's position outside Ukraine, all over Europe and several other countries, that it is looking to extend its military and political influence in ways that are decidedly unwelcome by sovereign countries. And I think this is something India could be concerned about, as well as it strengthens its relations with the West against China. And I think it has an important role to play as part of its being part of a solution to confronting and resolving that issue, but it needs incentives.
And Brahma Janani, come in on this. How would you look at India's diplomatic strategy, say, in the past 2 years, vis-a-vis the Ukraine conflict and also the conflict in West Asia? India has often said that it has moved away from non-alignment to what many call multi-alignment. And, it's something that we've talked about in international fora as well. So is it neutrality? Is it non-alignment? Is it multi-alignment? As Jaishankar has said often that we are not neutral, but we're on the side of peace.
Well, first, India's position is very similar to the position of other non-Western democracies. In fact, all important non-Western democracies have stayed neutral in the Ukraine conflict. But also, one other thing which stands out about Modi's visit is that many Western leaders have visited Ukraine since 2022, but Modi's trip is the highest profile visit of a non-Western leader to Ukraine. That's why it's attracting so much attention internationally. In fact, there are just a few countries that can play the role of a mediator or go-between in the Ukraine conflict. India is the most prominent of such countries. India played a very important role, for example, decades ago in the Korean War, in the ceasefire negotiations that led to a formal armistice agreement. In that war, in the Korean War, the war reached a stalemate in July 1951, but it took 2 years of efforts before a ceasefire agreement could be reached. Now, in the Ukraine war, there's already a stalemate. The question is, when will the warring parties be ready to accept a ceasefire? Because a ceasefire cannot be achieved overnight. It'll involve tough and lengthy negotiations. Right now, the road to peace, the road to a ceasefire in Ukraine lies through Washington, and the Biden administration has no interest whatsoever in ceasefire talks.
In fact, reiterated. In fact, I just have enough time for closing comments. Ambassador Anil, to you first. India has also kept its own interest on the top of the diplomatic agenda to make sure that there are no supply chain disruptions, to make sure that the economic fallout is not as grave for India. So, of course, that is also a crucial part of Modi's diplomacy.
Well, this is obviously, any foreign policy essentially aims to serve its own national interest. And India is doing what anybody else would do. And we have to find alternates for our dependencies on oil and gas on other countries is so tremendous. And therefore, we need to find better ways to stabilize our own economy and the country itself. So that's what precisely we have done. And thereafter, India also looks at the world in a form we like to do better things for the rest of the world if we can. And that's why the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and there's so many other examples are there in action, which are seen and acknowledged by the rest of the world.
Right. The last word to you, Irana. There is no simple answer to this, and there is no one sort of answer to this, but how do we usher in an era of peace, given the fact that, there's no right time for war, and the cost of war is absolutely unimaginable. How do we usher in an era of peace?
I think India has an immediate role to play in that regard, and one of the ways it could play towards peace is by using its leadership position as a leader of the global south countries in many respects to build up positive economic and security relationships with Ukraine. Even if the bilateral issues with Russia cannot be solved speedily overnight, just this positive dynamic, I think, contributes towards peace, contributes towards problem solving of economic impact of this war, which is a top priority for these countries. And I think that will contribute to a long-term solution because when there is this sort of practical benefit, when there's a positive relationship, and when there is a building of bridges, I think these countries
in fact, as the Prime Minister himself said, that there is no solution to anything in the battlefield, and I think that's a larger message. Thanks very much all for being with us on The Last Word this evening, a story that we will continue to track very, very closely. Can there be consensus? That is the big question. That's all the time that we have on The Last Word this evening. Thanks so much for watching. Goodbye.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
This is the epicenter of protests today in India. Although protesting doctors at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, RML, and Federation of Doctors Associations all over India may have called off the strike, but doctors at RG Kar Medical Hospital here in Kolkata are continuing with their protests. They feel that justice delayed is justice denied. You can see massive posters having been put up. There is outrage, there is pain, there is agony. And above that, there is also, multiple questions I would say that these doctors have on mind. Could she have been protected? Were there efforts made to ensure that this entire investigation doesn't see the kind of cover-up that the Supreme Court has spoken about? So even as the voices of students grow louder, voices of doctors grow louder, we are here to try and understand what are the issues, what are the doctors thinking after so many days, with posters demanding action and quick justice. I am with some students here who have been protesting for the last 15 days relentlessly.
Yeah.
The Supreme Court has made an appeal that all of you should call off the strike and return to your duty. Is there something that you are thinking about?
In the last meeting, GB meeting, we have decided not to stop the seizure work till right now, because we expected from the CBI and the last hearing that we would get some positive or progress from the CBI about the case, but we did not get something, nothing about anything positive about the progress of the case or about the justice.
Fighting for her, seeking explanations, hoping that there'll be justice?
Yes, absolutely. Finger crossed. Because we all, it's not about hope. It's all about getting our rights. Because it's not about the doctor. It's not about the PGT. It's all about our women. Our women live in Bengal, and a student or a doctor or a nurse in a renowned hospital. That's all. We all get this safety, this kind of safety, that we could work freely. That's all.
Okay, I want to understand from all of you, in terms of what should be done. There are talks of special task force, national task force, which will ensure safety, security for doctors such as you. What should be done to ensure protection of doctors?
What should be done to ensure protection of doctors? It is a multifaceted question. There are many answers, and there are already many drafts which are near central government, which are near IMA, which are near INMC. There is much to be done to ensure our proper safety, ensure our proper infrastructure to work safely. It is all said and done, but what we are focusing on this movement currently, that is to ensure justice is given to Abhaya. Justice is given to the lady who was tortured, who was killed, who was raped that night. So at this moment, our prime focus is on justice.
And what, according to you, is justice?
Now the post-mortem report, which is in public domain now, it indicates probably there were multiple people involved in torturing her, in killing her. So as a sign of justice, we want to see that that more than one people are arrested, and also I want to add, there is a lapse in security, or there is some active or passive lapse in security which let this thing happen. So we also want to see that those holes are mended.
And as protests continue, the fearless, this is the image, this is the image which says that we want justice for, perhaps that cry is for each and every woman who has lost her life to heinous crimes. And that is that fight that is being fought by these students. Of course, there are multiple questions that are being asked, but largely the questions are also around the role of the principal of the college. Was there an attempt at cover-up as well? That's the question that I will be asking politicians now. Much water has flown in the Hooghly ever since that horrific rape and murder of the 31-year-old. But the anger and the pain is still palpable here in Kolkata. With me are some eminent personalities of the state, politicians, and also doctors, political analysts. We are at the iconic Bengal paddle, which is essentially India's only surviving British-era paddle steamer, which was built in 1945, and this has been restored by the barge company. Yesterday, the Supreme Court, I'm going to begin with the analysts and the doctor there, the Supreme Court was very categorical in highlighting the lapses. Where did the Bengal police go wrong? For all the cherry picking which has been done by the ruling Trinamool Congress, do you think they need course correction? They need to look within in terms of, where it went wrong rather than looking at the judgment as some kind of questioning also of the BJP? Mr. Ghoshal.
I think you are correct, and irrespective of party line, now we should analyze the situation, because number one, there is an organic response, organic movement of this content. There are a lot of fault lines also. The number one priority should be the punishment of the rapist, and that should be the priority. But unfortunately, lot of politics, what Supreme Court has observed also, fake medias, fake news. There are several instances of fake information, not only the semen issue, what Supreme Court also has said that you should not come with the social media's information. But I think now there should be a political consensus also. Because, it's not a West Bengal-centric incident. And I am not saying that there is no role of the state government. I am not trying to dilute the performance of the government. But, what is your agenda? What is your priority? Priority should be the punishment of the rapist, proper inquiry.
Will there be political consensus? I'm going to ask that to politicians, but Dr. Paul, coming to you. This is a public hospital, where there should have been greater care for this doctor who lost her life. But what we see is that she, after completing 36-hour-long shift, is raped and murdered in a seminar room. So absence of duty rooms, absence of basic infrastructure which is needed for keeping, doctors safe. Do you think it can lead to institutional changes, creation of those infrastructure, which is so imperative here?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So I represent an organization called Protect the Warrior. So the main question is, too many things are being discussed, but I feel personally the main issue is getting diluted. The first and foremost issue is, when Abhaya was killed and raped, she was in government custody. She was doing a duty in a government hospital. So it is the responsible of the government and the authority to take care of her. And what you have asked is, yes, I do agree that we don't have adequate infrastructure for junior doctors and residents. They don't have proper duty rooms. Neither we had 25 years back. And now also they don't have a proper duty room.
12 years ago, in the same city where we are right now, the Park Street rape happened. The victim died few years later. The questions were raised again on the role of the topmost at the government. You have a woman chief minister in Mamata Banerjee. She should have been more empathetic. In this particular case, she hits the streets. And yesterday, the letter that she has written to the Prime Minister is about that incidents of rape are happening all over the country. There should be a larger care that should be taken for safety and security of women. Is that not generalization? When you generalize an event, then you actually dilute its importance, or should I say, the gravity of the situation?
Well, I think as a politician, she is obviously going to try and do everything possible to dilute focus from this one incident, which has upset Calcutta in a way, which has upset Bengal in a way I've never seen before. And I've been working here for 40-odd years. So the question is, why is nobody, whether it's the Calcutta Police or the CBI or even the Supreme Court, raising the question of why her? Why was this girl in particular raped and murdered? Was it really a random incident? If it was a random incident, then the issue of safety and security of all women employees in all public institutions becomes an enormously important question.
So let me come to this bench where we have an unusual combination of the BJP and the TMC representative. I'm going to begin with you, Krishanu. The question here is that it may be all very well for Bengal Chief Minister to showcase that she's a woman, and women happen to be her very core constituency, very integral to her politics, and of course, she's a street fighter. That has been the journey of Mamata Banerjee itself. But when it comes to important questions being asked by the Supreme Court, it cannot be about protecting your police. The Supreme Court has asked huge time lag between discovery of the body and the lodging of the FIR, the death being called unnatural even after post-mortem examination, the sealing of the crime scene after more than 12 hours. These are important questions for which the Kolkata police has no answer. So instead of protecting them and defending their actions, shouldn't you be looking at right probe, that the probe should be in the right direction?
Yesterday's Supreme Court's deliberation was first started with a statement from the CBI, because yesterday's proceeding was supposed to be a submission by the CBI, a status report of its investigation in the past 10-11 days. So we didn't see anything from the CBI as to what investigation it has carried and how it has taken forward from where it has taken from the Kolkata police. So we didn't see, and the Supreme Court has observed that also. Yes. And in the next hearing, they asked the CBI to put their version of what investigation they have done so far. We have not seen. So there is a question against the CBI. As far as the initial question that was raised with regard to Kolkata police and the hospital administration, you see, questions were based on the report that was filed by CBI. This FIR thing that you are saying, or many people are saying, many media is raising this, whether it is a FIR, why at 11:45 at night, and so forth. But the narrative against us was so strong, the fake news factory was so strong, that it was being portrayed everywhere. The police, there was no case registered, and the Supreme Court took the case from there only. Yesterday it was established that a general diary was registered at 10:10 in the morning.
But one observation which was made by the Apex Court was, let there be no politicization.
We were saying
can you
from day
ensure
one,
that?
Ma'am, we are not those
So
who
who
are
is
politicizing.
Okay,
there
so
is those who are against us are politicizing.
Since you are accusing both of them, let them respond.
Let me clarify 4 points that can be raised here also, and also there is in the public domain. Like, whether there is a single culprit or a multiple culprit. You see, it is subject to investigation. Yes, right. If you conclude in the very beginning that we will not accept anything less than 2%, then there is no point to go ahead with this argument. No? It is, let it be with CBI or Kolkata police. Kolkata police arrested one culprit within 19 hours of starting the investigation. Whether there is multiple others.
I think Dr. Shadrupa and Saira have to respond. Let them come in, and then you'll continue your point. Please go ahead.
Okay, on your mic? Okay.
Yes, please.
Maria, first and foremost, let me start off with what Jayantada said and what Shikhadi said. This is a political matter. Why? I will come to that. But where they left off, yes, is because innumerable amount of people of all kinds, classes, genders, occupations, professions, everybody is out on the road, and not only in Kolkata, cutting across West Bengal, India, and not only in the medical community, mind you, everybody, across the world. So as the single largest opposition party, which is anyway going to, act as checks and balances on the ruling party, we are bound to talk as the people's voice. We are respecting the people's mandate. Now, coming to the real situation, what has happened is, here we have a woman chief minister who is also the police minister, who is also the health minister. So let me tell you one by one as to why we are asking for the resignation of one person who has some multiple personality facets. A health minister who has been there for 13 consecutive years, did not think it necessary to put in CCTV cameras on the floor where this happened. This chief minister did not think, this health minister, rather, woman health minister, what Dr. Paul very correctly pointed out, that not only in RG-Kar, I don't think any other government hospital even has general washrooms or restrooms for doctors on duty. Dr. Paul will be able to bear me out. Very recently, this same RG-Kar complained of the women doctors sitting in a restroom or some room in the afternoon where some, alcoholic hoodlums under the influence of alcohol, they came and probably teased them. Nothing drastic happened, like rape. That was not warning enough. Shondeep Ghosh, a lot of stuff is coming out, and I'm not talking about social media. In 2023, Maria, like I was telling you a little earlier, our Honorable State President, Dr. Shukanta Majumdar, has given a list of some 13 discrepancies which were found. This letter was given to the Health Minister, the Mamata Banerjee, as well as the Governor of West Bengal. Nothing happened. Now Akhtar Ali comes out with a lot of things which are, of course, this is the time to bring them out, I am sure. But this is now coming out in more details. Now, Police Minister. You have a same Police Minister for 13 years, and the police commissioner goes on record. This is again not on social media. The police commissioner of Kolkata goes on record on the 14th after the rampage, where, mind you, so many police were there. 7,000 people came, ransacked RG-Kar, and again on a camera, not even on social media camera. They were heard saying, let's go there, let's go to the seminar room, etc. I'm not even getting into the nitty-gritties. Here you have a police force, which is supposed to be the most esteemed police force, who did not act. They chose to hide in the nurse. Let me just finish. Nurses' health bathrooms. So the police commissioner, after 40 minutes, comes on the scene and blames the media. He even says on camera, we don't have adequate resources. So a police minister who cannot give adequate resources to the police commissioner has no right to be in power. Chief Minister of West Bengal, because of her insensitive comments on regular, you started off with the rape incident on Park Street. Today, you have to understand, Maria, and this I'm telling all the people who are here, all the viewers who are seeing this particular incident is not an act of lust. It's not that somebody hated somebody and this girl refused his, love proposal and so he raped her. No. This incident has happened to a girl who was working in the safest place. Maria, for you and me, our workplace is our mandir. We are supposed to be safe there. The government is supposed to ensure our safety. So therefore, resign Mamata. Yes, we are going to do politics because people want the resignation of Mamata.
But will the resignation of the Chief Minister solve the problem?
So thank you so much, Maria. Thank you to all the wonderful viewers. The point is, yes, I think it's time that the government steps down because this is not the only scam. As you see, Mr. Akhtar Ali is unearthing a whole Pandora's box of medical, scam, what it looks like. If you look at the illicit trafficking of what has been alleged, that Mr. Sandeep Ghosh and his coterie of people were involved in the illicit trafficking of unclaimed dead bodies, biomedical waste, which was sent as far as to Bangladesh. So there's a Bangladesh link also that is alleged. Then apparently the main accused was part of his main security, security arrangement. So he was his bouncer at a point of time. So if you look at the allegations, they're not bizarre. There is a method to the madness considering what is happening. So look at the way the principal, right, Mr. Sandeep Ghosh, has been repeatedly being transferred. He's now, moment he was removed, he was reinstated. Then again, he was reinstated, to the Government of West Bengal Health Department as the special, OSD. So I'm just asking, what is so special about this man that you can't tell him to sit,
Madam,
chill, take a break, let me finish. You can't tell this man to chill, take a break, let the jury, take a call on what is happening, let the trial take place, but you are, transferring him incessantly. So definitely there's a cover-up, and there have been, major attempts to protect this guy for whatever reason.
So why is the TMC trying to protect him? What makes him so special? What does he know that the girl knew?
I'm astounded to receive some new narratives about this whole case. Some are quite diabolic, some are extremely stupid, I'm sorry to say this. If this man is anyway...
The problem is that you cannot dismiss narratives as stupid because when an incident of that nature happens,
I'll
there
explain.
will be multiple
I'll explain.
narratives
I'll
that
explain.
will take shape.
We are basically, not dignifying the dead. We are maliciously speaking about the dead body from the very beginning, starting from that 150 grams, Siemens. I called out the doctor on a channel saying him that you are a devil doctor. Thereafter, he's stopped appearing on shows, probably was called also by the Lal Bazaar police. And when a doctor deliberately says this, and my hunch is that, Maria, these team of doctors, why did they go to the victim's house? Did they go to collect information and then spread in the social media? And I'm hearing also that the girl's picture, dead body pictures were being circulated in the media, postmortem reports in a distorted version. Let us not talk all about this. Let us, for God's sake, have consensus on this particular. Madam, please don't stop me. On this particular issue. Yes, there could have been, this thing could have been handled betterly. The transfer might not have been right. But let me ask you this question. Had the transfer been not right, how had that compromised the investigation? Two separate issues. And if the investigation was compromised, what is the CBI doing so far for the last 7-8 days? Even today, this person that you are talking about, he is being questioned. CBI could not do anything with this man. And this trafficking, again, why I'm calling it stupid, if this trafficking, that he was trafficking the medical waste, dead bodies. No, hang on. No, just get, yeah.
Let me just say that. Shikha Mukherjee asked a question specifically, why this girl? Do we have an answer to that?
The CBI has to find an answer. Yes, CBI has to know again about this Bangladesh traffic. About this Bangladesh, who is manning the borders? If the medical waste are being trafficked to Bangladesh,
this is what
if dead bodies are being trafficked to Bangladesh,
the way the Chief Minister herself, the police commissioner and such spokespersons are hell-bent on trying to, I don't care what you're speaking on.
I'm speaking merely
They're hell-bent on trying to prove two things.
Dilute the issue.
One,
you are here to dilute the issue, madam, and that is the most pathetic part of the story.
One second. All I'm trying to say, Maria, there is a deliberate attempt to play down this whole thing, and then you have MPs and MLAs and spokespersons who are coming out on social media and saying, no, there's no gang rape. There's just one person who raped. Why? What are you covering up? Why is Chandip Ghosh so important that you take him out of
One second. Let me finish. No. Monojit said, one second. Monojit says something about the doctors. What is the need for the doctors to go to the house and find out what has happened? Why not? She was their colleague, a junior colleague. They are well within their rights to go to the parents, go to the house and find out whatever information there is to find out what transpired that night. It is shocking that a doctor, a junior doctor was killed and raped at her workplace. A workplace is supposed to be the safest place. Is supposed to be a place where, people say work is worship. People say work is